Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We got another partner up here tonight. We have another partner as well, which is a little delayed, which is what you're watching a double screensaver going on right now. So enjoy that. Sucra's running a little behind, but he'll join here as soon as he can. Welcome, everyone, to a special GPU June 2, the sequel, I guess.
Yes.
Yes, the sequel.
The much awaited sequel, maybe, probably by some people.
Yeah, what was the CGI budget for this one? I mean, Terminator 2 had a pretty hefty, CGI budget. So what's your...
Oh, well, I mean, just look at the graphics we have going on here. I mean, we wasted no expense here.
Several computers. But yeah, we got quite a crew here already tonight. A lot of the regulars. We got Bruce, Foil, Ted. OCR is here too. Revenant as well. Chris, welcome everyone. In case I missed anyone, but I'm sure more people will join in. Always fascinating to talk about video cards. And everyone is so excited to see what this surprise is. And we may overhype it now.
I can guarantee you won't not be disappointed.
Yep. It's a fascinating card that, to be fair, I didn't really know much about. Now, of course, I'm hyping it even more. I'll let you fill in all the gaps about it. But all right, I think we have Bruno jumping in here now in a second. They're already live, so you get thrown right into the wolves now. There we go. Good
Sorry,
evening.
guys.
We got our third contestant. Welcome everyone to GPU things and screensavers.
My favorites.
All right. How's everyone doing tonight? You ready to GPU?
I'm jazzed. I am jazzed.
Yep.
Wait.
That's all right. It's part of the experience. Like, the show must go on, and you were very regretfully replaced by the 3D pipes animation for a few seconds there.
Sweet, nice replacement there.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't really do him justice, I'm afraid.
No. So yeah, we're kind of on a Zoom meeting here now,
maybe the flying windows.
Yeah. That's true. We could change it to that. But we were discussing actually before the stream what we should show here just for the idle thing, and then they just click with the pipes and the pixels and stuff. So
he's just like, oh, pipes. I'm like, yeah, you're right.
See?
Pipes.
See, it's pretty deep stuff.
Genius.
So for everyone not aware then, of course, I've been streaming with a different GPU every week, and regrettably that was the Verge card last week, which was still fascinating, but still regrettable. Nathan had the idea of sending me a video card to stream on for this event. So if you guys saw it on Twitter, it's a unknown card that actually just a sneak preview. If you look on the side next to us, over that side there, that is a extreme zoom up of that card. So
just a little teaser.
And I did film a unboxing clip, which we'll watch in a second here, of me opening the card, trying to put on my best YouTuber shocked face as that happened. So, but so far in the testing, I've been pleasantly surprised by the card. But I'll let here everywhere. I'll let Nathan fill in everything that's fascinating with this card.
I didn't tell you what it was. I mean, I wanted it to kind of be like you get the first look at it, obviously, because you have to install the thing. But I mean, up until you open the box, you had no idea what it was. And I was being very mischievously cryptic about the whole thing. I was like, yes, it's weird and different.
Yep. Exactly. So should we watch that little unboxing? It's just about 1.5 minutes, I think, of quick cuts. But we'll see if this works now, because I rigged it. So let's see. Everyone's still on the screen? Yep. Now we're on top of each other.
I want to see. I want to finally see what card that is, please.
Right after our sponsored messages. Oops. Let's see. I am going to. I notice my video's a little big here. I'm going to shrink myself a little bit. There you go. That was the live figuring out. So we have a little clip right now. So hopefully it plays. We'll find out. Let's take a look at this box here that Nathan or PixelPipes sent me. And to be clear, I have no clue what's in here. All I know is there's a video card here, and that's it. And you can tell I haven't opened this box yet. So this is my first live reaction of opening this. So you see this little camera here and everything. Let's take a look at what he sent me, so what we're gonna play on. Sorry guys, you may not hear this either due to the way we're piping the audio, so make sure I film my reaction as I saw what's in here. We'll take a look. Who knows? Maybe it's just candy. following graphics card is stupid and probably shouldn't exist. Well,
is
I
our
have a
audio
good
going
feeling
through
about this
YouTube,
one.
or is
Yeah,
it?
there should be. Is it double?
Oh, okay.
Let's see what we're playing for. I'm gonna mute you guys real quick while we play this. So sorry.
Oh,
What we got in here? Let's take a look. There we go. Should be no double audio now, but you guys are not going to be heard on the stream, so just sign until it's done. My interest is peaked here. We'll move this out of the way while we open this first one, because there's more in the box there. What else could he have sent? All right, let's take a look. This is the stupid part. Oh my, GeForce 6800, 512 megabit, 128 bit. 512 megabyte, not megabit. That's but bulgy cap. Well, that's a good sign. Let's see if this is gonna run. So we're gonna play the game on this. A 6800 with 128 megabit bus. Fascinating. Mm-hmm. Well, this should make an interesting experience playing this game here now. Wow. All right, well, thank you, Nathan. That should make the live stream that you're probably watching right now very exciting. Okay, you guys are back for audio now. I have to mute that. So the card tonight is a GeForce 6800, a 512 megabyte with 128 megabit bus. So Nathan, fill us in on why this card is a stupid part with the 128 bit. That's got to be a very limiting piece of this card, right?
Yes. So it shouldn't have a 128-bit bus. The 6800 originally was released with a 256-bit memory interface, and this was a very late release card. It's one of those situations where you take a card, you make it as cheaply as possible, and then you give it like some ludicrous amount of VRAM just to make it look good and more appealing to people that are kind of, not as technically savvy, knowledgeable. So 512 megabytes of memory is way more than the card would ever use, especially with a crippled memory interface. And if that weren't bad enough, because it is bad enough, the actual memory clock is extremely low. If I pull up my specs real quick here, let's see here. So it has a memory clock, and this is the effective memory clock, of 540 megahertz. The original 6800, when it was first released, had a memory clock of 700 megahertz, and that was with double the memory interface width.
But if I might add, it is blue, so that's got to count for something, right? I mean,
it does count for something.
Double speed. Right.
It at least looks the part, as long as you don't put it in any computers. It's a lot more appealing that way. So yeah, this card, it's slower than a 6600 GT, just to give you an idea of the performance. It's like tarnishing the 6800 name. It is terrible in every way to take an NV40 GPU, the illustrious 6800 GPU, and cripple it in such a way. Mm-hmm. This is a crime against GPUs, and I'm gonna make Rick play a game with it all night. So this should be fun.
Yeah, and the game you selected is a game we discussed in the past as well. It's called Painkiller. I think 2004, 2005.
Yes.
And it's one that he hyped up for me, and I tested a little bit, and I'm intrigued. It's very much like a boomer shooter. But it is, I always find it fascinating when this happens. Like, do you think it's just a parts bin thing happening to get more cards out the door? Like, why would you design this card for this? Is it just to get I mean, I know people, when they buy things, they look at the biggest numbers, the biggest megahertz, the biggest memory, and that's all that matters, right? So I'm sure they didn't say 128 megabit bus on it on the box. So
no, I would have bragged about the 512 megabytes of memory. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's they kind of inflated some numbers and slashed other more important numbers in order to fit a more marketable look for the card. So Yeah, I'm sure it duped a lot of people, unfortunately.
Hmm.
And needless to say, like if you had bought like a regular 6800, it would have performed a lot better by a huge margin. So this one, I just think stuff like this is interesting, stuff that shouldn't exist, and things that have interesting performance characteristics. We'll say.
Because I have a 6800 GS up here, which looks very, very different. Unfortunately, it doesn't even work, so nice.
You guys can see, I don't think you can see, but this is a 6800 from BFG.
Hmm.
It's one of my holy grail cards because it's one I had back in the day.
Oh,
Yeah,
yep.
I'm not sure you guys can see. It's
Two
got like a
fans.
weird like copper cooler with two fans. And
Hmm.
is that the case for this card too, Pixel? Is it you think it's 128 bit? I'm not sure.
No, that would have been like a standard 6800, and they were very good performers. Matter of fact, one of the most popular things to do on the 6800 series, particularly with the 6800, because it had some of its pipes disabled. So it had 12 pixel pipes, but program, Riva Tuner, was updated to allow users to unlock pipes. So in some cases, they were locked off for genuine reasons, like they were not functional properly. But other times they were locked off for kind of like what you said, Rick, for part spinning purposes and just you know supplying like
Hmm.
different market segments. So you could get some pretty good free performance. Now, the only drawback to the original 6800 was that they equipped it with 128 megabytes memory, which was fine in most cases, but you could run into some situations where you didn't have enough memory. But the core performance was there.
Hmm.
Now, the laughable thing about this crippled 6800 is that it also has 12 pipes. So they had like things like the 6800 XT, which only had 8 pipes enabled, um, but had the more memory bandwidth and probably performed better than this one. It's so badly crippled in the memory bandwidth department that the number of pipes almost doesn't matter because it's limited in performance just from the memory itself and
How
the amount of
many
data.
how many video cards and products have been sank by the memory bandwidth? Like, because that's one of the things actually just to tangent on that, the current limitation on that is the memory bandwidth, not the power in the device itself. Like, there's so many things that are limited by that because it's not a flashy thing to promote, of course. This one has a wide memory bus, like no one really cares, from a marketing
Right.
perspective, versus saying this one has higher gigapixels, whatever it might be.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's more costly to implement
mhm,
higher bandwidth because if you're doing a wider memory interface, well, that's more traces on the PCB.
mhm,
That's more that can go wrong in terms of QC testing and things like that. So it's one of those situations. There's a lot of them where, like, say, there was a 9800 SE, a Radeon 9800 SE that cut the memory bandwidth in half compared to normal 9800. And again, they were kind of selling it based on the name, like it shares the name with its high end cousins, but then it has something crippled on it. And there's a lot of cards in the budget range that would have a 64-bit memory interface, and you wouldn't know because they don't list that specification anywhere in the box or where
mhm,
you can see it. So you end up with like a 5200 or 9200 or 9600 that's crippled in some cases without you knowing it. Because they did have a 9600 SE and stuff like that, or 9200 SE, which was, at least it was something to give you a clue that it was a lesser performing part. But some of them, some less scrupulous card makers did not include the SE moniker and things like that. So you could get duped. And this is one of those cases. This is just a 6800. There's no like XT, SE, anything on it. It was
mhm,
just a 6800. And if you didn't know any better, you would think it's better than other 6800s because it has
mhm.
more memory.
And cheaper, probably, right? It probably
Maybe.
looks like a good deal, right? So I also want to say thank you very much, Revenant, for the donation again. Always appreciate it. He's trying to keep nudging me into making a very bad Holy Grail purchase decision on eBay. So Anyway.
This is one of those cards that try to get you in the memory quantity trap as well.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Yeah,
much so.
Because there was those FX 5500s that came with 512 megabytes that
Yeah,
were
they
useless.
exactly. They would do it to 6200s, and you know, and it was a marketing ploy. You know, you think as more memory is better if you don't know much about graphics cards. And to be fair, it does require a pretty deep knowledge
Mm-hmm.
to know why that doesn't matter. So it was unfortunately a very successful ploy by the card manufacturers.
Mm-hmm. But it's not like you can't really do anything about it, right? Compared to I think like the Velocity cards from 3DFX, right? You could run. He did a haiku me, the ultimate nerd insult. He tried to convince me through a haiku. Like the Velocity card had a TMU disabled, right, from 3DFX, and you can just run a little script in regedit to unlock the second TMU on it, and it was basically a Voodoo 3 at that point. So
Yeah,
not the case here.
Unfortunately, in this case, Asus made a bespoke PCB just for this card. It has more memory modules on it than in a standard 6800. It is its own creation, and it is just 120. It's not like, you know, they locked it off with a BIOS, you know, mod or something.
Is that like a middle finger to the consumer, really? I mean, it's like they went out of their way to make a bad product that they probably knew through all the metrics was bad. But like normally they would brand a, you know, budget card as an SE or LE or whatever it might be, right? But this was just literally just a 6800. I mean, I think that would have fooled a lot of consumers. Just, oh, a 6800, it's on sale, great, you know, and they buy it, and why am I not getting the performance I expect?
It looks surprisingly good too. Like there are some BFG 6800 PCI Express cards that kind of look like that with the blue PCB.
The cool thing is that the motherboard on this machine we're running on, I don't have a picture of it now, has a blue motherboard too. So it actually fits very well right now. It's crap on crap, basically.
Patrick says I need a Red Bull. I think he's right. I'll be right back.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I'm a sucker for blue PCBs as well. I know one of my favorite card makers, Hercules, that was kind of their staple. Almost everything they produced was with a blue PCB. So even, you know, the bottom of the barrel cards that they made, like the GeForce 2, GeForce 4 MX cards, had like a blue PCB, and it just looked nicer, even if the card was, you know, a budget card.
Yeah, exactly. And that, I mean, that's goes for something too, of course. I mean, it's price and performance is always important, but then sometimes that might be it. He's trying to translate into Swedish now using Google Translate to convince me to buy this compact. For those not familiar then, so my first real computer was a compact CDS all-in-one. You know, the one that everyone sees on retro battle stations, on Facebook groups, because it's the one everyone wants right now. Well, that was my first computer, besides a hand-me-down 286. And I sorely missed that machine. I think it ended up in Italy somehow. And those don't pop up often. When they do, they go for ludicrous sums. And shipping something with the integrated CRT is a huge gamble, of course, especially brittle plastic. I mean, the odds of them making it in one piece is very low. And Revenant found one recently on eBay, and has remained there because it is listed at $700. And that's a little much for a retro purchase, but he's trying to whittle me down by donating small sums constantly, so I appreciate the donations. But getting to that,
put it in the compact fund.
I know. Hey kid, sorry, your college is going to be delayed a couple of years. I have to. But
maybe
I'm not sure.
If someday we find like a big room, we can make like a big collection room and buy shares of your compact.
Yeah, I'm an NFT that compact, right?
It'll pay for itself in no time.
I know, it's great. So I'm not sure if other people, we talked about a 6800 now, of course, we can go into gameplay, or we can discuss the other card that you so generously threw in the box there, because I know very little about this card. So I'm not sure if people want us to go into that, or if they want to start playing so you guys can see the 6800.
Let's get into some gameplay. Let's give them something to look forward to later in the stream.
Yeah, we'll talk about that card later. So yeah, we're playing, once I remove that card, we don't need to look at it again. So as far as specs goes, I don't have it up right now, of course, because of the way we have the layout here now. The specs have been replaced by pixels. And We're playing on a Pentium 4 2.26 gigahertz, I believe. And we have 1 gig of RAM, 2 spinning discs with a SCSI interface, actually. And we have a Montego DDL sound card, because it had integrated audio on it when I set this up for streaming, and realizing this isn't working very well. Dug through the parts bin, and then found the Montego and installed it, and it works great. So that's what we have now, which gives us full Oriole 3D / EAX, whatever 3D standards.
Right, so if you guys at home are wearing headphones, you'll get a 3D effect.
But Painkiller Black you can buy, actually, from GOG. And on XP machine, you can just drag the files over and run installer, and it installs without anything else, which is pretty freaking nice.
Yeah, I would like to know what kind of SCSI interface you're using there, because I have a couple of SCSI drives I pulled from old servers that I'm planning to use at some point.
And honestly, I should probably look at some point too. I don't even know when I left the hard drives are plugged into it. All I know is that it's a SCSI boot up during startup. So it's got 2 hard drives in it. The gentleman that gave me this machine was his primary gaming rig for many years until he got rid of it. So
I keep looking. I'm trying to find like a PCI SCSI interface, but usually they're only for servers. They got that. I think it's PCI Pro, which don't fit just any build.
Yeah, and it's one of those early. Wasn't there like before PCI Express? There was the PCI X or whatever, like the weird one.
I think we're covered, guys. This is an NVIDIA way it's meant to be played game, so
we're set.
nothing,
this is the way.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah. As far as the drinks tonight, right now I'm drinking New Belgium Fat Tire. So.
Oh, a good classic one. I'm excited for you to play this game. I've been trying to get you to play this for a while. I would tease you in the chat about playing this game, and I'm like, so this is the perfect opportunity, right? GPU June 2. We throw in a video card to make it vaguely GPU related, but really this is about you playing this game finally. This is an old favorite of mine. Back when, going all the way to when they first released the demo, you only could play 2 levels. In 2004 when the game first came out. But there were 2 pretty awesome levels, particularly one that takes place in a medieval village, and it's just slow-moving zombies, but it's you and a stake gun, and it was glorious. I
mean, it's like it's very, at least in the little I tested here now to run it. And there's a show FPS command. We'll run that as well. But it's very boomer shooter style, right? You know, shotguns have a heavy impact, and the monsters go flying, and it's very fast paced. I noticed you can bunny jump and get up pretty high speed. So it's that kind of game, and it's really fun.
Yes, it's very much like Painkiller meets cheesy horror. It is not as self-aware. What did I say? It's Serious Sam meets cheesy horror.
There you go.
And it's it's not as self-aware as Serious Sam in terms of the, like Serious Sam is a humorous game. This one is kind of more unintentionally funny, I think, because there's a lot of like just cheesiness going on, and the levels have nothing to do with each other. It is just they just came up with whatever ideas they had for levels and enemies, and the guns are completely off the wall and over the top. It's, I don't know if it's a cult classic, but it has a little bit of a cult following, I think.
Yeah, it's fascinating so far. I'm excited to play more of it. We can check the settings here. As far as the CPU here, this is a P2, I wish, P4 2.2 gigahertz, and I had a little bit of a detour with that actually, because I have a few more CPUs here, a few more P4s, and this motherboard is a Gigabyte blue one. That's all I remember about it. I don't remember the model number, but it's blue. And I thought, well, this P4 2.2 is a little old for this game. I mean, perfectly, I think, within reason that a person would play this game on this still. And I realized I had a 3.2 P4 sitting here. I'm like, perfect, I'll just slot that in. A nice performance boost. And the motherboard said, nuh-uh. I looked at the supported list, and it was just NA. All right, fine. So then I had a 2.4, thinking, well, that's at least an improvement. I slotted it in. it only saw 1.2 gigahertz. Like, this
Oh,
is like a
boy.
hyperthread thing going on. And I looked at it, it's like, yep, it says hyperthread 2.4 not supported. Like, all right, fine. So we're back to 2.26 and it runs just fine.
Patrick from OCR says he has a SCSI card for me. That's great.
Nice. There you go. And you, the first thing you need to do with SCSI drive is record it as it spins up. That's kind of mandatory. For anyone that's worked with servers or in a computer server room, you know the feeling when those spin up, it shakes the floor.
It's a form of PC nerd ASMR.
Mm-hmm.
You just fall asleep listening to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's amazing.
I don't know if Revenant saw what I was drinking, but it's a Monster, not sponsored.
We're not that expensive here.
Yeah, we'll accept sponsorship if needed. And thank you, Brian, he's in chat here, but he's one that donated the machine actually. So you'll see this in action now, albeit with a different video card. What he had in here originally is this 4400 Ti, or is it Ti 4400? Yeah, I think so, right? Ti 4400, which of course is a very solid card, but doesn't hold a candle in the wind to the 6800 128 megabits. So
I just love the purple PCBs in the 4000 series Ti.
Yeah, they look really, really nice. I'm not sure what manufacturer, MSI, with a lot of extra dust on it. Sorry, I'm shaming you now, Brian, for not cleaning your computer before you gave it to me. Anyway, so Jam, what we're playing on is a GeForce 6800 512 megabyte, but 128-bit bus. So that's the kicker, right? That's the thing that's not what we're expecting. So how would you consider all the settings here?
So you can turn on character shadows, and dynamic lights you want on ultra, because that enables the shader model 3.0 effects.
Ooh. And
then you can have decal stay at 5x, which is a little down. There you go. And then you can have texture filtering on trilinear, and then the particle details you want on low. That's above decal. There it is. Yep. And that produced some very playable performance in my tests. Okay. Hopefully it does in your system too.
Yeah, we'll see. We might have to change it back. And
yeah, the Shadow Model 3.0 stuff is pretty cool, because when the game initially came out, it was before Shadow Model 3.0 was released by Microsoft, and they patched it. It was version 1.61, which you actually have a slightly newer one here with the Black Edition. But that patch added the ultra lighting setting, which has more shader effects. So a lot of the environments are enhanced with shading, and it looks much nicer. It looks like a much newer game, basically. It's a nice shiny coat of paint. And it was an early way of experiencing Shader Model 3.0 with good performance on the GeForce 6 series.
Well, we'll find out. When I tested, I had lower settings. So, yeah, so the Battle of Hell is the expansion pack, right? That comes automatic with the black version, right? Which is the bundle. Think of it as a Game of the Year edition, right? But I'm intrigued by this game. I think I might actually sit down and play it on perhaps a different machine after all this. But evening, Nico. Sorry if we're not keeping up on chat here. We're just geeking out on video cards, so it's hard to keep up on everything going.
That's what we're here for.
Like co-pilots here. We'll see now. Right now, I do not think VSync is forced or enabled, so we'll see if the tearing is unbearable. I guess we'll just lock it. But right now, I don't think it's on. So, and I noticed
that was. Sorry, Rick. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's weird that you have to actually choose to use the ultra settings on that what was it, lighting, to use the shader model 3?
Yeah. If you go to high, it falls back to the pre 1.61 patch. Essentially look a game.
They advertised a lot shader model 3, and when you get the game, how would you know that you have to set it to?
Yeah.
I think you just had to, when you read the patch notes, it went around on the forums back in the day, like, hey, they just released this patch and it adds these effects. And so as long as you were like online and you were kind of keeping up with the news of the game and stuff, you kind of knew what it was doing. And my memory's a little fuzzy, but I believe when you first installed the patch, it did default to Ultra. So maybe it's different with the Black Edition or the GOG version, but so yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, it's like pre-packaged and the best way to run it on probably modern machines, I'm guessing. But
yeah. And the Battle Out of Hell expansion is even more enhanced with graphical effects. So I don't know how that would run. I didn't try it on this card, so.
Interesting enough, you picked the lowest difficulty, which you're referring to the dad mode there, and I will own that, no problem. Extremely easy mode for beginners. Actually disable. It warns you, saying if you do this, it actually disables a feature in the game. And now, so we're going to play on the second to hardest, or easiest, but I do like the fact that Trauma difficult level, which says Painkiller's true story of pain and death, I guess, so we'll do Insomnia. And of course it's got cutscenes, because of course it does, but there's some pretty impressive cutscenes.
It's very dark, noir.
Yeah, it's in the 2000s, right? I'm just impressed this game is not brown, because every freaking shooter in, like, 2003 to 2008 is just brown.
That really started with Gears of War, to be fair.
It did. Brown and, like, washed out colors. And that was a boring time in shooter history.
Yeah. And this is a game that is anything but boring. Like, you don't have enough time to get bored in any of the levels because it shoots you to a new level that, as soon as you beat one that is completely different. Like, so each one, it has nothing to do with the previous one.
Dinner reservations are at 8. Oh, I can't.
And this is like pure early 2000s cheese right here.
Oh yeah, it is.
Just the voice acting and everything.
Oh, growly protagonist, I talk really like this.
Right.
And if you look at the picture of the protagonist as well, which is featured in all the promotional art and the box art. Look at the road, you jackass.
Right. He would have been like the scariest guy in 1964. With his leather jacket and his Mustang.
He's dangerous. He doesn't care what society thinks about that.
So this seems like
he has a boo-boo.
This seems like the Punisher inspired thing. Is it?
Maybe. I mean, it's got that style to it or whatever, but it's just extreme. Like Nathan said, I don't think it tries to be campy, but it ends up being campy.
Yeah, I think they were trying to make it cool.
Kane? From Legacy of Kane? No. Crossover?
It does look like it.
These 4 guys and that's it. I finally get out of here. I finally get to see her again. Yes.
That's the story, apparently.
These 4 are generals in Lucifer's army.
I actually forget what the story is. I think he can save. He's going to hell to save his girlfriend or something like that.
It's a tagline is Heaven's got a hitman, right? So he has to do jobs for these guys, I guess, to do something. It's got very
the story doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But yeah, you're right. It's got very Spawn style there too, because he dies and he gets recruited, and yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. Here's a gun.
I was pure. So you say. I'm not here to debate. Do this, and you're free to be with.
They're trying to be the one to. Oh no, he's mad now. Look at that. That's storytelling. Look at that clenched fist.
Right.
That's environmental storytelling. Look at that.
It's
punch the vampire.
Oh, I can't scowl any harder than this.
He just take care of this. Why can't you do it? If he gets involved, the assault we're hoping to prevent might be launched.
There is something just. I feel like when you play a game now that has a non-standard protagonist, it's like, oh my goodness, you're not just a scowling dude. It's just like there's so many games, because I know that's what games were targeted for a long, long time only, right? So, but it's just. I mean, this probably looked pretty cool in 2005, but.
I don't know, man. I was there, and this was pretty cheesy.
I know you've been here for a while, and I assume you want to leave.
And it goes on a lot longer than I remember. To be fair, I can't hear what they're saying, so I'm sure there's so much interesting exposition going on.
I already tuned it out, but I feel we should watch it for historical purposes here.
Right, this is for preservation. I do remember this. This is kind of the ability that he has in the game. So you know, I guess Satan or the devil, whoever this is giving him this file, and essentially
a tablet. Ooh,
yeah.
an iPad Pro.
So you'll want to collect the souls of your fallen enemies to unlock it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw they drop stuff. So
so if you look in the bottom corner on the right hand side, you have like cards that you collect coins and you can purchase them.
Oh.
And you can also unlock some by fulfilling certain requirements in each level.
It looks fairly complex for the era too. I mean, it's just
it adds a little layer of something, but I honestly played through the game back in the day, just completely ignoring the card system. It's not necessary, but it just, I mean, it could add some depth if you needed to. Probably more on the higher difficulty levels. And it begins.
Yeah, I know, it's very... I feel bad you guys can't... I'm going to figure out that next time we stream together on audio and everything to have a chance now. But so with the guys here now, they're just seeing the video that they don't hear anything. So if they don't gasp in accordance with the very, very deep dialogue, that's why. So... And it plays like a boober shooter. I'm going to increase the brightness on my monitor.
So the game gets its name from your base weapon, and unlike most games where it's a drag to be stuck with your base weapon, like, you know, you think of like Unreal Tournament and, you know, that shield gun or whatever and stuff like that, like it's just kind of a drag. This one, you could probably play through the whole game with that Painkiller weapon. It is pretty awesome. Oops. So for starters, as you were showing, you could launch it with the right click, and it will either stab enemies and quickly return to you, or you can stick it in the ground behind enemies and have this like heat ray between you and the blade and kind of fry enemies with it. So you can get like a line of enemies coming at you and kind of fry them that way. Or you can just, you know, spin it when they get all around you and kind of saute your enemies around. But my favorite thing to do with it is to spin it, then launch it. And it will cause a lot of enemies to explode if you hit them just right.
Yeah, let me see here. I think that the FPS counter is a little hidden there. Let me see if I can move my window a little bit so you guys can see it there. There we go. Play like that, but so you actually can see the counter. But it is running pretty well here in these open areas, but definitely noticed that it dropped down a lot when it was combat. And the settings I ran before we changed it based on your recommendation there, it ran even smoother and faster. But this is, of course, maxing this poor card out now.
Well, we can't go easy on it.
I know this is a completely different style, but it kind of reminds me of the atmosphere of that game that's Raven.
Which one?
I'm sure it's. I mean, I'm sure it could have been influenced.
Raven.
It's got a good shotgun, and that's really all that matters. And look at this like air to give these dudes when they get hit by this thing.
Yeah, Raven is one of those games that is decent, but it's made in a retro style.
Yeah, that's true. It is. It feels like a modern retro remake, if that makes sense. If it was a modern indie game, Revenant, it would be involving negotiation with the demons, because then you have to be quirky, you know? But you can get up pretty good speed. So I think someone asked earlier, and I honestly don't know, what engine is this? Is this proprietary for their setup, or is it...
Yeah, it was their own engine at the time. They were using the Havoc physics middleware for the ragdoll and, you know, the destructible objects in the game, but otherwise it was their own rendering engine. And actually the multiplayer was quite popular for a while. It was kind of like a deathmatch style game. A lot of people considered it kind of a successor in a way, in the same vein to like Quake 3.
Yeah.
And a Survivor quite a while. I don't know. Maybe people are still playing it for all I know, but
Probably. I mean, if you were to just point blank ask me, it's got that very Quake 3 feel to it. I don't know, the geometry and the way it has... The rendering is done. It feels very Quake 3 to me, for sure.
yeah.
This is about as far as I played in my testing, so now we're getting into areas that I really don't know, but I can't get over that shotgun blast. It is so much fun to just send enemies flying, and that's a sign of a good game, because if it lets you just have fun with the weapons instead of trying to be strict with it, you know, I understand some games are trying to be realistic. This is not one of them, so...
No, not even close.
But look
They
at the
get to
speed.
they get to bend the laws of physics, because you're in hell, right? So you know you're not on Earth. You can hold 17 weapons, and you know.
Yeah, especially in an era where realism was, quote unquote, trying to, like, your knee height shooters, where like the Gears of War popularized, where there was always knee high cover everywhere. And you walked into a big room, and it's like 6 different, knee or waist high covers. Like, here we go again, and that got boring real fast.
Let me try this name said there was an MTV broadcast of a pro Painkiller event.
Really? That'd be fascinating to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys remember, what's that guy's name? That so there was a popular FPS player that branded a bunch of products back in the day. Fatality, thank you.
Oh yeah.
And he did play the Painkiller multiplayer competitively. I mean, he played a lot of games, but he was a fan of it.
That's awesome. I missed that stuff, but I mean, I know that stuff is generally being replaced by the glorious horde of YouTubers that we belong to with just coverage like that, but it was something special back then. You watch old clips of videos and shows that had that stuff on TV, and I don't know, it's the pro sports or esports has taken over that niche, and it's not quite the same, so...
I do like that the game has that compass there that, if there's a lingering enemy somewhere you can't find, it will tell you where it is, or, where the checkpoint is. So you're never lost for very long in the game.
I was going to say that is a really nice touch, because you know what? It's clearly trying to just be stupid fun, right? Or at least it feels that way. So why make it more difficult? Because that's one of the worst things in these games where you're hunting for the last enemy. That would totally kill the speed of this game if you were just scrounging through levels, it wants to keep the pace going.
Exactly.
It feels, I mean, what little I've played so far, it feels very well designed for what it's trying to do.
This was very much like a small developer at the time that made this, and it was made by People Can Fly. Unfortunately, aside
they
from
could not fly. Sorry.
They no, and they didn't last very long. Other than the expansion, Painkiller, it got some spiritual sequels, but they were made by other developers, and they and even like fan games as well, but they didn't quite have the feel of the original. And then they made a HD remake of the game.
Really?
Which just double check real quick what it was called, but so yeah, if you want to play it on a modern system with modern graphics, you could actually get that. So I believe that was Painkiller Resurrection.
Oh, interesting.
So
Well, they're not skimping with ammo here, but these guys have shields. I noticed when the blur effect goes on, the FPS just tanks.
I think that's CPU.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, there's only so much you can do. I noticed it ran better before we did the ultra settings, but I mean, I think that if you had a machine that could play this game to this level with this quality, you probably would have enjoyed it. So it's like, we're kind of used to wanting 60 FPS in a shooter like this today, but if I had this experience as a kid, I probably would have very much enjoyed it, so...
Yeah.
correction, it was Painkiller Hell and Damnation was the HD remake. So
They have a certain theme they're going for, but I can't quite put my finger on it. That blast never gets old. That's hilarious. I'm
hoping you can find an ammo chest, because then you can unlock the alternate fire. Every gun in this game has a crazy alternate fire mode, which has no business being there. It has nothing to do with the main fire mode.
That's great.
And I'm not going to spoil what it is. Oh, there's an ammo chest. So
I'll
you'll
say.
be able to try it
I don't know
out
what you're
there.
saying. You said something about ammo pack? Oh,
Okay, so now you have 6 shots of your alternate fire, so don't
Alright.
waste them.
Well.
It's pretty good.
Ouch. Should not have done that, but... It was a barrel. You shoot the barrels. That's a video game that's taught me that. If there's a barrel, you shoot it.
You either shoot it or you get inside it and launch to a higher platform.
Yep. But yeah, it's a really fascinating game so far, and it's like it's just fun because I feel like a lot of games in this era that it's an ice shot. That's pretty funny.
So I mean, you figure out what that has to do with a shotgun, but I mean it's there.
Yeah, that freezes them. It's just to. They probably just had a design meeting, like, wouldn't it be cool if you can freeze them before you use the shotgun so they exploded? Yeah, put that in.
All the weapons are like that. All of them have like a crazy like alternate fire. Maybe the only normal one is the chain gun.
Even Dermot, welcome. We say hi to the Europeans that are joining, which we always appreciate. It's the middle of the night over there, so. Secret area. You know, I'm not a secret hunter, but I'm not sure I would call it a secret. Yeah, secret enough.
Oh, you know, they want to go easy on you in this first level.
But that's where the compass is nice, like I mentioned. Like, instead of having to, like, mess around now, I just know where to go, right? Because this is a pretty maze-like structure, and they all look pretty similar. I mean, again, we're still in that era where the flat colors and brown/gray is predominant, so this helps. And it's got autosaves and checkpoints, which is very A-okay for me. I noticed that there's a flashlight on by default. Is something you could turn off, or is that like...
That's just in this level.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I just want to make sure I didn't have it on by mistake. Let me know if it's too dark or anything, too. I guess I haven't been able to keep up on chat there. You guys can be my co-pilots as I try and survive these fords there. I like there's no reloading either. It's got very much like, you know, your Doom 2016 feel to it here almost, in the sense that it's just so trying to be just go nuts kind of thing.
Those Templar soldiers can they'll attack the skeleton guys and cause them to go into like a berserk mode.
Oh, they were spinning a second ago, right? So
yeah. I just love how their sword is like glowing hot.
Let Me Try This Name said that the publisher is still around people with live.
really,
Yeah, they did some garbage live service.
oh,
Yeah, I think they made, if I'm not mistaken, they made a Bulletstorm,
oh, really?
Oh,
and they
that was good.
That makes sense.
and they were bought by Epic Games, I believe. But yeah, maybe they're around in name only, but they're definitely not doing like stuff like this.
Yeah, these guys look like your character in Medieval. Very much right.
And the game is also known for its bosses, so we'll see some of those too.
Oh, great. Drink break.
Solar, welcome.
I would always appreciate a like, it would be like a dream to collaborate or work with one of the DF Retro guys or something. I mean,
Oh man, would it ever?
Vitalia follows me on Twitter, because I helped him with a adapter thing, and then he followed me on Twitter, and I felt a little too proud about that, but
Right? Senpai noticed me.
yeah, and then he likes my stuff now, and I'm sure I'm one of thousands for him, but it's like, oh my goodness.
Well, Solar is late and he's asking what video card it is.
Alright, well, someone get the cliff notes here while I try and not die. Please.
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
He's friendly, Rick.
Yeah, he's a larger than average FPS tank, because the FPS dropped like crazy when he's on screen. Look at that.
Yeah, this is, and a lot of this is like the the particle effects and post-processing effects, tanking the frame rate.
Yeah.
You went down pretty easy.
Yeah, it's still the easiest. Second easiest difficulty, so.
The video card is a GeForce 6800, which sounds better than it actually is. This particular version is unusual. It's been crippled with a 128-bit memory interface. So unfortunately, it has, I like to say it has half the memory bandwidth of a normal 6800, but it's actually less because the memory clock is also greatly reduced as well. So
yeah.
I wanted to make things interesting for Rick for his first time playing this game. You know, if he were just playing the game, it were silky smooth and there was nothing to talk about performance-wise, then what fun would there be with that, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right, well, 1 out of 4 secrets, so yeah, it's still a functioning card. I mean, again, this is not a horrible experience, but it's clearly hamstrung both by processor here now and then the card. Definitely when you get the heavier effects on there, it tanks the frame rate. Especially looks like that blur and all the extra particles and everything, which we are granted running pretty high on the settings, right, for this card. I mean, I'm sure we can get a smoother experience, but it's not. Take only half of the damage. Wow.
Yeah, so as long as you got 100 coins, you can activate that. And
I do not know.
So
where do you find the coins? Because I noticed there were some, like, sitting in, like, urns and stuff. Do you have to break everything?
Yeah, basically, the Painkiller weapon is best to use for that because it doesn't cost you any ammo.
Mm-hmm.
But all the like coffins that were strewn around in that last level had coins in them. So if you were to take a long time sitting there breaking everything, you could collect the coins. But it's not absolutely necessary to play it.
Okay, I'll do a little bit at least. I'd like to see some of those abilities unlocked and everything, but it's still, I mean, so far it's pretty bland color in the game itself, but it has an identity. I always enjoy games that they stick with a design identity and they go for it, right? Like here, they went really deep into that, like, Spawn-like Bruno said earlier, lore thing, whatever. But
yeah, it's not a hugely colorful game, but it is a very creative game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I am going to transition to a cold beverage. I will be right back.
I would like to return to Castle Wolfenstein here, but...
Got a lot more strength now.
Yeah. Now, the first weapon is actually useful. That's... Usually it's just, you know, a #1 pistol or something you never use again, but...
Unless you do you take some crazy choices, like, I think it's in Bioshock, that you can, like, you can get, like, a wrench, and you can keep, like, leveling up your strength, so you can beat the game with the wrench.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, there's a whole bunch of, like, tonics and stuff that increase your damage, right, on for the wrench. Yeah, that's actually a useful weapon.
Yeah. I tried doing that with Fallout 4 too. I'm not sure it's doable, but I was trying it for a while.
Slapped. I guess I haven't asked now, but let us know if there's anyone that, you know, if the audio is too loud in the game, if it's too, one of us is too quiet, whatever. I haven't really had a chance to check because I've been too busy killing demons, but let us know. Saving progress.
That's just waiting for the lava.
Yeah, there will be some probably. This feels like the tile room from Zelda that has tiles flying up at your face, but... Alright, well, it's time for shotgun.
I think this is the first game I've seen that when you kill the enemy with a certain weapon, he'll like, he'll jump forward you instead of backward.
Yeah. ridiculous. Yeah, it's Shredder's Revenge came out today, the new Turtles game. I am very excited about that. We bought it on the Switch so the kids can play it. I'll probably buy it on the Steam Deck, or on Steam, so I can play it on the Steam Deck as well. And then Limited Run Games has got a big box PC version of it. I pretty much have to get that, I think, but it looks awesome. Oh, all these barrels are exploding. Of course they are.
Are they selling that new Turtles game like full AAA price?
$25, I think, in general. 22 on sale, most of them.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so it's... Whoa! I really didn't like the explosion effect there.
Yeah, Pixel is muted. I think he's pouring himself some beverage. He'll be right back.
There's no ASMR of pouring that. Just never gets old.
Yeah, I forgot to unmute. But yes, I am excited for Shredder's Revenge. I'm not sure why, to be honest with you. I don't even like
awesome.
Ninja Turtles.
Sorry.
But definitely gonna be picking that up tomorrow, probably. And I'll be probably getting both the digital version and the limited run big box version, but not the super mega box one. They have that giant one that just comes with like a whole bunch of just random stuff, including a tune accurate version of the vintage Shredder action figure. So
wow. Yeah, that's really cool, but it's like it's the $200 thing, and they try and get you in because it's limited, and in a year you're like, oh, why didn't I buy the $200 one? But it's still $200, so that's a lot.
This level has some enhancements to the graphics with the ultra lighting, because those pillars have like a specular highlight on them, which would not have been present on regular lighting mode.
It looks very nice. I mean, I can imagine this running on a capable card with the era.
Yeah, it definitely is. Struggling a little bit at the frame rate here in this more open area, so we might have to lower something.
Yeah.
I think that the open area thing is more related to the CPU.
Yeah, the CPU is probably on the cusp of what is what this game demands.
Yeah.
It's a Pentium 4, right?
Yeah, Pentium 4 2.26, I believe. And I was going through it earlier. I tried to do an upgrade with the CPUs I had, but the motherboard ended up not supporting any of them. So this is all I have on hand. This would support a fastest one that's going to hold just 2.8. I might throw that in at some point, I'm not sure. But today it's a 2.26. So this will be a realistic machine that this game might have been played on. CPU would have been a little bit older by then, but the video card, then if someone decided like, ooh, look, 6800 on sale, I'm gonna buy this card, and you know, they got the special version.
Yeah, that's always my argument for the builds, because that was what you would do. You would get a PC, it would last you like 5 years. I mean, even today we do that. Both of us like change our video cards. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, all three of us.
Yeah.
For the same video card, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a 3060 Ti?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Now I think you can just go buy that card in store now, right? You can just go into Best Buy and go buy that card if you want to. Which is crazy.
Incredible, right? So yeah, the supply on graphics cards is finally returning, which is great. The 3060 Ti is a really good bang for the buck, I think. And the ray tracing performance is actually really good on it. Like, you can actually use it and enjoy it in games where it's available.
Was that door that just spit out a barrel and that was it?
Unless you're an idiot like me and you have a 4K monitor.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't use it for that, for sure. Unless you're playing Painkiller on it.
Yeah, there you go. This is a fun time though. This game, it just has all the things on a fast-paced game you're looking for. Except now that I'm lost. Well,
Hey, but one thing is that the 3060 Ti can handle 4K really well without ray tracing stuff.
Yeah, it's easy that every time we get a new card, we demand more out of it. You know, it's like, oh great, you could run just 1080p at super high speed and whatever you want and extra quad and everything, and like, well, actually, ray tracing entered the chat and 4K entered the chat, and we keep asking more of it constantly.
I love it. I love that we have games that can immediately take advantage of your graphics card upgrade and push it to the limit. I just remember there was a period in around 2010, 2011 when games were being ported from the 360 and the PS3 to the PC, and they were just not... I mean, there were some good ones, but they weren't very... they weren't pushing the envelope, let's say, on the PC. Because they just weren't developed PC first.
Yeah.
There was a period there that PC game was really like on the bottom of all gaming.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't even like based on reality. It was just that's how the developers thought of the PC. I mean, you know, the reality was a lot of people were playing games on PC, and the PC was extremely popular. It's just that they didn't want to spend the extra money to enhance games, and that's kind of where NVIDIA spent a lot of money to tailor games to, you know, enhance them, they would say, with the most cutting-edge features, but of course they also happen to run best on their own architectures.
Yeah.
You know, nowadays, you know, you put in a graphics card and you can crank up things like ray tracing and such, but you can use it and enjoy it because you have also features like DLSS 2.0, which, you know, you can play at higher resolutions than you would have been able to otherwise.
And DLSS is fascinating, or just upscaling in general, because I thought, like, how are we going to keep, like, this, like, performance train going? Because it's like, it feels like each generation for a while there, when the 2080 series and all that came out, it's like, it can do ray tracing, you know, it's pretty rough. And then, like, we did not, what should I say, we did not enhance performance as fast as I thought we would, but then the whole upscaling thing came around and just turned that on its head. You know, why don't we just render at low resolution? I'm like, oh, well, there you go, that would do it. And that's like...
The technology blows my mind. I mean, to be able to do AI upscaling in real time at high resolutions. I mean, this is something that, you know, you may do in the cloud. You know, like you have like AI upscalers for like just 2D images, but to be able to do it in real time in a 3D game is pretty remarkable. And essentially what it is like you can render a game as low as like 720p, and it's guessing what the other pixels are supposed to look like. So it's really fascinating technology. I mean, your graphics card potentially is only rendering like 1/4 of the pixels on the screen and guessing the rest of the pixels.
Yeah, especially when you set like DLSS and things like that to performance. I mean, you might be dropping down dramatically, like, you know, a 1080p image might be rendering at 540 or something, and then you get the performance boost out of that. And you have that choice to make, and I love the fact that we can do that. But it feels like at this point, if you have a capable card anymore, you would almost never run it native anymore. Like, it's almost no point in doing it because the upscaling is so good.
Yeah, if you're running higher resolutions in particular, like, you know, like a mid-range card like the 3060 Ti will, you know, you can do 2K just fine. But of course, you know, the big buzzword nowadays is 4K.
Yeah, but as much as we can talk about these awesome features and awesome cards, nothing comes close to the 6800 128 megabit.
True.
If ever a card needed some AI upscaling, it's this one.
What do you mean?
One
It's
thing is
113
that
FPS.
When NVIDIA introduced DLSS, it had to kind of go in a campaign to change what people thought about upscaling. Because what we thought about upscaling before was just like big blocks, making pixels bigger and stuff.
Right.
But
yeah,
then it had to prove that it was actually upscaling. You couldn't tell the difference from the real thing to the upscaled image, which is crazy too.
Right.
Mhm.
And DLSS 1.0 didn't help because it wasn't
Yeah.
that great to begin with. It really wasn't until 2.0 that it was like, oh, okay, wait a second. Not only is this looking good, in some cases it can even improve the image quality over native for those really fine details like hair and like power lines and like those really thin lines and things like that. It can reconstruct them more clearly than if it were rendering natively.
160 FPS, I might add. This game is easily ran by this game, or by this graphics card, just as long as they don't turn away from the wall. But the thing, too, is it's easy to forget in the shuffle is that when you watch these videos, everyone gets stuck in the weeds, which can be fascinating. But I watched Digital Foundry stuff, right, and analyzed the DLSS and FSR, and they're zooming in. They're zooming in to the very extreme extent, which makes sense in a digital technical comparison. You may never see that during gameplay. If you're playing a shooter flying around, the performance gain from the minuscule quality loss you get with those upscaling things is, like, at this point, like, I don't see any reason to at least have DLSS on in some capacity, or FSR on in some capacity if your card supports it.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to notice the performance long before the pixels. And, you know, I like that they do that too because I don't have a 4K monitor, so I can't, you know, as long as they zoom in, then I can see what they're talking about. But, yeah, most people are not going to be that critical.
No.
Oh, look at that. We got teal and green, not only brown now.
Ooh. In Retro Hardware, I want to do a real quick refresher on the card again there. We have more people coming in. I should have put something up here, but... Oh my goodness. A bigger gun. This green smoke makes me slow down, if anyone's wondering, a lot. It's still got that washed out feel of this era, I would say. Colors for sure, but it's just kind of got that little washed out filter on it, you know. Just
absolutely.
That's what's the style at the time.
This also kind of reminds of the game we played on the Dreamcast. What was it? Oh, let me try to remember the name here. It was actually a multi-platform game where
Really?
you have to. What was it called? Jesus.
What's important? Let's step into it. Yeah, how we talked about earlier then, that for those joining late here, the 128-bit is the key component of this card that is a problem.
Soul Reaver, that's what it was. Legacy of Kain.
Oh, yes.
I have to destroy all objects? Holy cow. That's a lot of objects.
You failed.
Failed. Your soul is mine. I think I saw a thing where, you know, from Mortal Kombat, where the evil wizard, whatever the overlord is, he grabs the protagonist's brother and, like, points at the camera, right, constantly. And the thing was this, your mom showing you all the spots you missed cleaning your room. And it's like, standing there pointing. And... Alright, chapter... Catacombs. Of course there's catacombs. Is there a sewer level, too, in this game? Please tell me there's a sewer level.
I don't think there is.
Hopefully it's going to be close to the lava, because you're down on it.
Yep, that is a risk. And I think maybe we should, before I start this level in full here, maybe we should discuss the other card that Nathan sent me here, which is a very fascinating card. So let's, I don't think this game's gonna do anything. We'll put the big camera up here, but the second card that was in the box is this little sucker here, which doesn't show that well on camera. But I don't even know how to begin to describe this card, so... Nathan, if you want to fill in the gap. It's very light.
It's that is a early obscure 3D accelerator. And it's made by a company called Chromatic Research. It's called the Impact 2. Some of you that may have watched my recent unboxing video, I actually unboxed one of these cards and also a motherboard with an Impact 2 integrated into it. It is an interesting chip to say the least. Came out in 1997. That particular one, I think, has a copyright of 1998. So they were produced for a year or two. Not very popular. It was an attempt to compete against the original Voodoo.
How did it fare?
And didn't quite get there. But it has an interesting architecture. It's actually one of the few graphics cards to use RD RAM, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it uses a kind of a... It's similar to the rendition cards in a way. It's sort of a general purpose processor, which to use a really technical term, was a VLIW chip, or very long instruction width. It basically means it's a vector-based processor, which was purposed for graphics. So not entirely the same as rendition. I don't mean to give that wrong impression, but it is kind of a sort of a similar mindset behind the creation of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, unfortunately, with these like more generalized processors, usually you lose out in performance, and this is no exception. It also has a lot of rendering issues a lot of times in games. So it's just all around a very, very mixed bag. But I just find the architecture and the kind of the obscurity of it really interesting. And that particular one is a PCI version. They did come on AGP. The PCI one is a bit more uncommon, but they had somewhat of a secondary purpose in that they were very good DVD accelerators.
Okay.
So back in the day when that was a thing, and it was necessary in a lot of computers to accelerate DVD decoding, that was a very good option. And actually, the first Impact is more known as a DVD accelerator than it is a graphics card.
Yeah, I'd never heard of this until you sent this or whatever, but
Same
Mac
here.
84. We got other celebrities in chat here too, so welcome. Now we're talking Mac stuff, sorry. When I opened this, whatever, and you kind of described, there was a sticky note in there too that had some hilarious text on it, but the Voodoo comparison, like, could you actually plop this in a Pentium or 46 machine or something and expect any sort of real performance? Is there anything that would support this for real? Like, could you actually have a gaming experience on this, or is it just so narrow scope that it's better as a general use video card and a decoder?
Like, you could play games. It's not as bad as the S3 Verge, for example.
Well, I mean,
right.
What bar are we setting here?
I mean, but hey, that means you could play some games, and early games. It didn't have very good OpenGL support. They had a really buggy patch for the original Quake, because every vendor had to make their own patch for Quake in order to get acceleration going. And yeah, the performance is just not going to be up to snuff with like other cards of its era, like say the Riva 128 or the PowerVR PCX2 or things of that nature. It's just not going to perform at that level. But it's more of a budget option.
Is it?
I was just going to ask, does it have a proprietary API or?
I actually can't recall if it does or not.
That's the thing. I was wondering.
I want to say that it doesn't. But it was a lot better at direct 3D support than it was, OpenGL. So it was, you could boot up most games that use direct 3D, but you're going to have things like alpha textures not rendering correctly.
Right.
And just a lot of like kind of weird performance quirks. Even when you first boot it up in, and it's in VGA mode, right? It kind of looks different from a normal graphics card. And that's because it's pretty much emulating that.
Yeah, it's a fascinating card, but it really looks like it was meant to be more an all-in-one video solution, right? More than like a gaming performance thing, even if it might have been marketed as such, but I never even heard of it. I mean, I think it has rings a bell with Impact as a decoder. That's kind of what I think of when I think about it, but I was just curious because I'm gotten into the obscure render or the obscure GPU world now, thanks to you. But especially after the Verge thing, because there was so much with that. I know Sucra, you messed with that too, and it's fascinating because I mean I love Voodoo cards. I think a lot of us do because you plop it in and you throw on Glide and bam, it's a great experience. But there was such a wild west of different APIs and standards in this era, and before Voodoo, and then eventually, of course, Direct3 did taking over everything. But some of them are fun for the sake of being fun. Like I have a Savage 4 coming here soon, which I'm excited to mess with the Metal API, which is narrow, I understand. But there was a efficient API that ran some games pretty well. This thing, from what it sounds like, was just not good at anything. It was just kind of average across the board. And it would be one of those that, if you bought this, you're not exactly going to have a good gaming time on that level. So...
No, and really something like that only appeals to us nerds in hindsight, just because, you know, it's just interesting from a technical standpoint. But if you were actually saddled with that back in the day, you probably would not have enjoyed it quite as much. But it's something I'm interested in eventually doing a video on. I haven't really delved super deep into the research. Most of what I know comes from an article on vintage3d.org. So shout out to that website. It's an immensely useful resource for some of the earliest 3D accelerators, info on architecture, deep dives into technical details and performance graphs galore. So I use it a lot on my in my research. So
yeah, that's great.
If you want to learn more about it, definitely check them out.
Would you like to know more? But yeah, it's a fascinating era because I was thinking about that too. Is like, for example, I think we chatted last night a little bit, and like I brought the MX cards because they always were like budget cards, but like you said, you can replace GeForce was DDR the first one or whatever. Like an MX card is equivalent to performance, and the MX cards are dirt cheap, but it's an MX card, so it has a bad rep around it. But when you get this early, what possible things can you accelerate that's earlier than this? Because this would have been the era of the very first accelerators, right? There's nothing to go back to. This would be the first type of accelerated games with poor performance. There's nothing to go even further back, right? There's nothing I could run on this that would be like overpowered, or it just doesn't exist, except 2D maybe, but...
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you can get things that are better pretty easly, but not, I mean, if you're going for that particular brand of crappy, you have to get that exact card.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's not going to be anything quite like it because it's not just performance characteristics. It's also like, you know, cards of this era were kind of a compatibility minefield, right? If you didn't own a Voodoo, then it was kind of a gamble as to what games would or wouldn't work on your graphics card. Because developers were making games to run on the Voodoo, you know, back in the late 90s. If you made a game, if you were a developer and you put out a game that didn't run well on a Voodoo card, you're basically shooting yourself in the foot at that point. Like you weren't, you know, you might as well just, you know, slash your sales,
and I mean
down to the fraction.
And the Verge, of course. I mean, that was the primary target for most developers. So.
Oh, of course, right? Yes. Yeah. No, there's a reason that the some of the earliest like benchmarks use like the Verge is like a baseline of performance level. So. You know, it's the card that everyone knows.
Yeah. See you later, Evidence. Thanks again for the kind donation earlier there. But I think that's the thing, too, especially as even if you're even remotely interested in retro computers and you have picked up retro computer, you have like a 7 in 10 chance of having a Verge in there. I mean, it's like the card was everywhere and integrated and everything. So
there were so many iterations of it. Like they kept it going for so many years.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they kept it like they would retire the Verge name.
Yeah.
And they started branding it as the Trio 3D.
Yeah, and that's the thing I showed you.
And you were still getting a Verge card.
I know, I have an AGP card that's a trio. And it's like from 2004. Now, it came from a server, so I'm sure there was a lot of extra life there in these chipsets for just integrated graphics or, you know, utility stuff where literally they just needed an image. It was not, performance was not relevant at all. But the fact there's an AGP trio feels like such an insult to that AGP slot. It's like, ooh, goody, I'm getting a graphics card upgrade. Oh, you know.
I think that's the closest you can get to like a 2D card on the AGP bus. So I mean, if that's novelty to you, then there you go.
I should bench that card, shouldn't I?
Absolutely. ATI did that same thing with the Rage cards because they were used for like servers, and there were like video cards with them, and for gaming they're not great, but they're still out there.
Yeah, and I think that's
like the Rage XL was around for ages and it was used in servers for years and years, and I don't know, I think you could still buy them new if you really wanted to. So
yeah, I think that several of the Rage 128 Pros I have are definitely newer models that came from server applications, workstation applications, which I'm sure they were used a lot. And it's funny too because I've been working in IT for a long time, and this is, I mean, probably like 50 years or more ago now. Isn't it funny to say that? You just keep getting older all the time. And I remember the company wanted to have dual screens for the people working at this company so they could be more efficient. And we just bought the cheapest second card we could find. And that, I think, was pretty sure, especially in my research now, was a Rage 128 Pro. And this was like mid-2000s. So probably 2007 or 2008. I mean, because that was a dirt cheap AGP based card that was around. Would they have seen in another video output? Performance was irrelevant, but the fact that it was a Rage card that when did the Rage 128 come out? Like 97, 98? Something like that?
Yeah, like 98.
Yeah. And that was still being used because it was a business application. Performance was, again, relevant as long as it had decent 2D output and could run at a certain resolution. So,
well, they were used a lot in laptops too, because again, that was another one of those situations where they were really popular for DVD acceleration. Now, by then, you didn't need it for performance reasons quite as much, but you would get really good image quality because, you know, of the MPEG decoding features that it had. So they were popular for that reason. I mean, ATI, their low-end chips were really good media chips and cards. So,
all right, here's an interesting question now for conversation or discussion here now. What's your favorite video card, retro video card? Bruno.
Wait, you didn't give me any time to think.
No, I didn't. I wanted to get your direct reaction. Like, don't worry, it's not like we're recording this. Oh wait, so.
Well, since you haven't given me any
all
time
this time
to
to
think, I'd go straight for the Voodoo 5, I think.
Yeah,
because
good choice.
it's just like you know, like I know what your favorite card is. I'm not going to spoil it, but I had that too. Like,
it's the Verge.
No. I remember going to that and I thought it was great, but just when I got the Voodoo 5, it was just you know, it was kind of magical. You know, it was like SLI in one card. It was huge. You had to. We talked about this yesterday too, but you needed to power it with the Molex, and it was just it kind of stood out when you had one of those because it was huge and it had the two coolers. I mean, for the time, it was pretty awesome.
Super unique card. It's a good choice. See, you were able to do it on the spot. I wanted a direct reaction. I figured, Nathan, you have probably so many cards sitting around just in your arm's reach right now that I wanted to give you more time to think there, but.
Gosh, and I still wouldn't be able to give you a
how about
answer.
Give a few that you really enjoy using. It doesn't need to be the fastest or anything, but give us a couple of examples of cards you thoroughly enjoy for whatever reason.
I mean, I definitely agree with Bruno about the Voodoo 5 because I think it's just kind of the best of all worlds for the Voodoo experience, right? I mean, just in terms of the API support, 32-bit color. I mean, even from a technology standpoint, I mean, you're playing games in the card and you don't really it's not even apparent how it's working because it works seamlessly, but just knowing that, oh, it's two chips working in tandem together seamlessly, it's just kind of a fascinating little thing in the back of your mind that you're, thinking about when you're playing games on it.
Yeah, it's really impressive when you think about it, what it does, and you wouldn't even know it. Like, honestly, without researching, I wouldn't have known. I never had one, so I was already on the NVIDIA train then, like many of us were, I think, too, so...
Yeah. Definitely one of my, I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I'm going to say the GeForce 6 series. I know that's a cop-out answer, right?
It was a dodge there.
It was a dodge, right? But the highlight is definitely the 6800 128-bit. No.
Obviously. Look at this Vaseline smeared mid-2000s image. Isn't it just glorious? I had to comment on that, too. Look at how smeared that is.
It's got an interesting bloom effect going on there, but it's 101 frames.
Yeah, just don't move.
Right. I just love that architecture. I had the most experience with it back in the day. I went through a lot of GeForce 6 cards for various reasons, which I won't get into, but I just had a bunch of them back in the day. Let's just say I left a high body count of cards because I was into vault modding and overclocking back then.
Oh my.
But I loved it was a huge performance leap at the time, and the features that it had were just a lot of fun to mess with. And another big one is it's a meme, but the Rage Fury Max. Just stupid card.
Yeah.
Two Rage 128 Pros or Rage Fury Pros put together that were never meant to work on a single card and render, together. It's a hack job if ever there was one, and it barely works, and most of the time it doesn't. So it's kind of one of those cards. It's so bad, it's good in a way. It's just fun to laugh at.
I think that... tell me you like this card?
So your blur is kicking in there. It's actually trying to censor the card.
It is censored, yes.
Yeah, it is so naughty. There you go.
There you go.
I just, in Apollo 13, I love that movie. When they come in there and they have the air scrubber and they throw it on the table with the duct tape and everything? I imagine that's how the design meeting for the Fury Max was happening. They just came in to smack two cards taped together. Genius, ship it. And
it was literally the same situation too, because it's okay, this is the parts we have. What can we make with this?
But I like Mac 84's answer there too. The Rage 128 is and Darren mentioned that too. It's I'm a big fan of that too, and I'll just say it quick too, but Voodoo 3 is probably my favorite card just for compatibility's sake. But there's some of these cards that I've just kind of a lot of us had, and they just worked. The Fury Max is fascinating, and it's a really cool cards, and this card is unfortunate, but it's still really cool. The Impact 2 card I'm holding up now. But some of these cards that just worked. And the Rage 120 Pro was in so many things and almost gets overlooked today. And I know Apple went in on that and used it a lot too, but it's it's hard to have a bad experience with those cards for era-appropriate games, I should say too. You push them, it's one thing. But
that's an important asterisk.
Yeah, and that's why, for me, the Voodoo 3 is so appealing, and it's probably still my favorite card just for the compatibility. You smack in a Voodoo 3, it's not as, cool as the Voodoo 5, but for the era of games I really enjoy, the Voodoo 3 is such a seamless experience, and what it supports.
The Voodoo 3 also really felt like another generation, because I remember just getting that and getting rid of two video cards in my computer, which was the Voodoo 2 and whatever else was running in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for a lot of people, if you didn't, buy a Banshee, that was your introduction to having an AGP Voodoo card that had 2D built in. And, at the time it was one of the top performers, in my tests at least. When there's no CPU bottlenecks, it's still faster than a TNT2 Ultra in most games, and that's with only one pixel pipe.
Yeah, I was a little shocked, honestly, at how well... Because I never had a Banshee, and I've only... You go and look at stuff online now, and there's huge camps of what was bad and what was good and all that stuff. And And I'm pretty sure I had a TNT, but I always remember struggling with drivers and stuff, and especially the Gigabyte Banshee I have, which is the fastest one, and it just kind of works. Like for 1998, it's a really good card. I mean, it's like it's got a bad rap now because I think it did not outperform the Voodoo 2 SLI, and that was the thing. Everyone expected the next big thing, and here it was a simpler next thing, if you will. So,
Game Tech Refuge, Dermot says the ASRock School of Design. I think that's in reference to the when we were talking about earlier the Fury Max.
Yeah.
If anybody is familiar with ASRock, they made a whole bunch of mutant motherboards that would pair a CPU socket, like you know, like they would make a couple of like socket 478 boards with PCI Express, which was never meant to be. They would pair like a new AMD 790 FX chipset with an Athlon 64. And just like really stupid stuff like that. Of course, my favorite boards they made were the ones that were you know, like PCI Express and AGP together, which is what they're most known for in the retro community. The AGP test platform I have right now is actually an ASRock board that combines a AM2 plus socket or AM3 socket with AGP using the Enforce 3 chipset.
My goodness.
So an Enforce 3 chipset is an Athlon 64 era chipset that was never designed for socket AM3, and you could put a Phenom 2 on there. So they just did all kinds of weird stuff like that.
It's like the after effects of will it blend, and then they just put some parts in there and they kind of spit out, and then just kind of.
I mean, at this point, it's become such a joke in the retro community. It's like we keep uncovering weird boards that didn't get any like mainstream press coverage, and like, what the heck were they smoking? Like their design team was like, let's just. I mean, I don't know who they're making these for. Because who wants these products? But they're just throwing all kinds of stuff to the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's you know, it's fascinating. So
one situation I can find for those, it's like if your motherboard breaks and you wanna, you want to, I don't know, for whatever reason you have different parts that you that don't really fit the bill, or like if you want to, like I did that one test with the AGP board and the Conroe CPU, which I think it's already a weird combination. But sometimes if your parts broke, you just ended up with like a collection of parts that didn't really fit like the latest motherboard or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you buy like the Radeon HD 3850 AGP edition. Again, that's a card that like I'm not really sure who they made it for, because to have a CPU that's even fast enough to utilize its performance, you kind of need to buy a weird ass ASRock board that combines it with a really fast, overpowered CPU.
Absolutely. Also, memory bandwidth, right? Because I think your motherboard has uses DDR2, does it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big difference because the motherboard I use that took the Core 2 Duo chip, it uses just regular DDR, so that's a limitation already.
Yeah, and that's using, I think, if the one you have is what I'm thinking of, it actually uses a Pentium 4 era chipset, like the 865P or something like that chipset.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it was never meant for LGA anything. And ASRock, of course, I think this would work. Let's make it.
Whatever. And I think that's one of the builds I did for a video was that K62 motherboard, and it has like every RAM slot on there possible and everything on there because it was probably meant for more industrial application as backwards compatibility, and just having it on there. And I liken this hobby now almost more to like, if you're into car culture, it's hard not to, at some point, touch the Jay Leno thing, because he's such a car collector. You know what? He's driven every supercar on the planet. He's driven every super Ferrari on the planet, every Koenigsegg that goes 400 miles an hour. But what he loves are the steam engines. I feel like we're getting to that point now where the cards, like what I'm holding up now, the Impact card again, is stupid, but it's fascinating.
Yep.
Whereas the ultra performance cards are cool. They are very fast. They can play games very well. You know, they end up highest in the benchmarks. But the quirkiness is really coming out, and I think all of us are kind of getting to that stage. It feels like, because all of us are excited about this weird design choices and poor cobbled together boards and random non-standard setups, and I feel like retro tax is bleeding into that too.
I think you kind of made a good point there, because I do also watch Jay Leno's channel, and you're making me realize I guess I'm kind of relating to him in a way.
Yeah,
because he's into the technology behind it and all of the like kind of the moments in history where there were breakthroughs and milestones, you know. And that's what fascinates him. So Solar Strike asks, didn't the Phenom 2s have DDR2 memory controllers and native AM2 plus support anyway? So I'm hoping I don't get this wrong, but the AM2 plus thing was kind of a weird situation. It was like only the very first generation Phenom 2 supported AM2 plus, and then they moved on to AM3, and they're not compatible with each other. Like, they won't physically fit in each other, you know. But AM3 CPUs support both DDR2 and DDR3 memory. So it was up to the motherboard manufacturer which to choose. ASRock being ASRock, they're making motherboards for you to put with all your old parts. So they're going to choose DDR2 because they're assuming you have a pile of that somewhere.
Like most of us do.
Right. So hopefully that answers your question.
All those like transition boards and things like that are always fascinating too. It just, there are too many cool things to chase in the retro world and too little time. So I think it comes down to.
Bruce, the motherboard I used was a P5P EVM from Asus. It uses the 865G Intel chipset, which was what Pixel was referring to. It's a Pentium 4 chipset, but somehow
I think that's the one that had the integrated graphics too.
I'm not sure, but if you want to check it out, Bruce, it's on my AGP's Dead video.
So in motherboard naming, we can all agree that they just took a hand and smacked the keyboard, right? That's how they name motherboards. Like always.
Usually they started with the socket. So one of the really popular ones was the ASRock 775i65G.
I also feel like most of them starts with a number. They always start with some random letter combination, it feels like.
So obviously 775 is LGA 775. And that's, again, one of those situations where it's like an 865G chipset. And it was it's popular for retro collectors because up to a couple years ago, Newegg was selling them new for like 50 bucks.
Oh, wow.
And Phil's Computer Lab made a video about them and kind of blew the doors wide open, like, hey guys, this thing exists. And it had kind of the Phil effect where all of a sudden they disappeared mysteriously after that. So
I guess everyone is, it's funny because Mac84 mentioned earlier, because you guys don't hear the game audio. There are wolves howling in the game right now, and they've just been howling while our entire conversation's been going on right now.
Well, we are talking about Frankenstein boards.
Yeah, so I appreciate everyone taking the time to just listen to us ramble on, because this is fun as hell. I really enjoyed this kind of conversation, and hopefully everyone did that too. And we're not trying to ignore anyone in chat. Don't worry, we get going on these conversations. I was trying to think, isn't it Witcher 3 constantly? It's like, winds howling. Place of power, must be. We'll play some games now, but it's fascinating to discuss this stuff because you get kind of like, we all have different retro experiences, And where that intersects or overlap is always fascinating to discuss and hear about things that you had never seen. I mean, I'm sure, Nathan, you see video cards way more than we do. You're sending your scrap leftovers to me, so including the card we're playing on.
No, but see, it's a kindness because, like we were just talking about, it's the weird ones that we find most interesting. So I'm sending you the stuff I find the most interesting. You see?
Yeah.
Don't look at it like I'm sending you my crappiest stuff.
So here's what I think happened. You feel bad having so many cards, and you want to reduce your hoard. You're like, I can feel really good if I send the card to someone else. Now I can buy 5 more.
That is how math works.
Yeah, that's how I think so.
At least in this house.
Although
you do have to send the 1,600 back. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but you can keep the intact too.
You can have it back. Let's just say that. I recently to a local person. I'm excited. There's a little retro group forming locally, which is always exciting. I started chatting with him, and he is one of the gentlemen that brought several SGI to BCF Midwest, and he moved here recently, so he's going to appear again at BCF Midwest this year, so that's exciting. But he bought a couple things off me really cheap. I just want to get rid of them. But the amount of, like, reasoning my brain did immediately on how much stuff I now can buy, because I got rid of 1 tower and 1 monitor, was terrifying.
It really is kind of like the drug addict's mentality. Like, you just kind of, like, use circle logic to justify, buying more.
I just got, like, last month I bought one of those Roland MIDI boomboxes.
Oh, that looks gorgeous.
That's cool.
It's so cool. It's so cool. It's got a floppy drive in it. You load up MIDI files with the floppy. But it's one of those.
You should totally take it to the gym with you. Does it just run off of batteries?
It doesn't. No, unfortunately, you need to plug it into the wall. But I am thinking of something like that for the video I'll eventually do about it.
Please tell me you're gonna hold that on your shoulder while walking through a carnival. Please.
No, please have like a segment in it where you're just like walking through a gym or something, like
head
just
bobbing
obscene, and like have it on your shoulder.
And with some German techno on it.
We'll see.
And then it's like trying to seek on the floppy, and you're having to shake it. Like, come on.
But yeah, it was one of those things. Do I need it? No. But I mean, it's not. It's basically everything we like today. It's becoming rare, more and more rare. So sometimes when you see something like that going for not much, it's like it's hard not to buy it.
It really is. I mean, those deals, it's like sometimes it feels like it's once in a lifetime, and it's like, if you could just explain to your wife, no, really, I'll never see this price this good again.
Mm-hmm. That was the 3rd time this week, though. Is the problem, right? Because when I found the Voodoo 5 I have, and several of you are aware of that, but I went to a LAN party last year, and the gentleman I sat next to, because I wanted to be special, I brought a pension-free machine and played on that to get attention, to be fair. And the gentleman sitting next to me talked about his experience playing flight simulators and everything, so see you later, Christopher, or whoever left there. And he said, like, you know what, I have a Voodoo 4 and a Voodoo 5 in my closet still. I'm like, oh, really? So he offered to bring that in to look at it, but he was very mum on price. And that makes a big difference, because don't get me wrong, it's a valuable card. But if he comes in and says, I want $800 for it, it's just, I'm not interested. It's not, I told him, you probably want to put that on eBay. It's worth a lot of money.
Ooh, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is one of the best weapons in the game. Yes.
Fantastic. So let's listen to it for a while then. No. But then eventually we agreed on a price, which was like $100 in box, and I mean, I can't argue with that. That was a very good find, but at the same time, I didn't want to spend the same amount on a Voodoo 4 as well, even though that's also a good deal for a Voodoo 4 now, I think, probably in box. But I might run into him again, because last time I saw him, he said he still had it, but then I was out the door already, so if I see him again, I might offer it again, because enough time has passed now.
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
you've gotten rid of a CD-ROM drive or two, so now you can buy a Voodoo 4.
Yeah. This is
couple of
cool
broken
effect.
PS2s.
Oh, I'm gonna die from this bridge here.
So yeah, but that's another thing though. Since like we already have like pretty substantial collections, um, it's like we're not willing to pay like like full collector's price for an item. It needs to be at least a bit interesting, right? Or else you can't really justify buying something more.
Not for the prices they go for nowadays. No.
No.
I mean, you have to be like Scrooge McDuck to afford particularly like 3D effects prices right now. So
Yeah, that's saying a Voodoo 1 like is a great pairing for many machines, but it's just no way to justify the price.
yeah, I mean they're like $80 to $100 now for just a bog standard Voodoo 1. So
Yeah, I think you're right.
which
to
is
pick
really
Left Behind.
it's really kind of sad because I kind of wish more people could
Mm-hmm.
have access to it and experience it because they're not rare cards.
No.
They really shouldn't be that expensive in my opinion, but like everything else, they're going up in cost. So
This is a railgun of this game, isn't it?
kind of. I mean, you have to compensate for the arc and stuff, but if it gets to a certain distance, if you shoot it from far enough away, the stake lights on fire and then the enemy explodes if you hit him just right. And it's one of the most satisfying weapons, and it will pin enemies to the wall. So I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah. I remember like in Medieval there was that Morning Star. That's dynamite. The Morning Star. You shot it and the spikes impaled people, and that was satisfying. Impaled monsters. There's a difference. Oh, there we go. But yeah, it is. We've gotten accustomed now to retro being expensive, and it's unfortunate because you're right. You want more people to experience it, but it's just the name of the game, supply and demand, right? That's the. What's gonna happen.
That's why it's left to us to share it with everyone and make videos about it.
Or send your leftover impact cards to people.
I'm I'm just ridding myself. I mean, I'm bequeathing my treasures to you.
Yeah, sorry, Solar, I missed it there, but the Mister, I could talk for hours on the Mister. We'll keep it on the GPU topic right now, but that's awesome. Go get a Mister. It's amazing. Carry on.
Something else I wanted to mention is that how interesting like crappy video cards, like bottom of the barrel video cards is to us. Like even though most people would be like this is crap, like the G460 128-bit, which is not that bad, but like there are some video cards that I still want. Like I want an FX 5200 Ultra. Just I don't know why. It's appealing to me. Also, an FX 5700 LE is the card I want for some reason.
Yeah.
And
well, that one I can't really understand, but I can understand 5200 Ultra. I mean, who doesn't want a budget card that requires a Molex connector, right?
Yep.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I missed. Yeah, I missed that one.
Yeah.
That was the first death, so that's pretty good.
Yep.
A lot of this game is a little bit of you got to have the right weapon at the right time.
Yeah, the shotgun would have been better because it's faster shooting. The stake gun there is powerful, but it's so slow, especially when they're running at you.
It's better for slower moving. Yeah.
But there's a checkpoint. Sure. This game is very Rick friendly because there's a frequent checkpoint system.
Yeah, Tech Left Behind says, I have become a connoisseur of low-end crap just because it's what I can afford right now.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a good side of things, because like Rick was saying, you don't need the stupidest, fastest, more expensive video card you can find to enjoy retro games and do retro builds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're still getting, I mean, it's still close to the era, right? So you're still getting that kind of authentic experience. And it's kind of, I mean, there's still a lot to talk about, like Tech Left Behind's video. for GPU June about the 9200 is like a crazy, fascinating video, like well put together, and you know, there's still a lot to explore with that, and you know, it's like you said, you don't need the fastest, you don't need the you know, the bougiest graphics card in, you know, the retro land to have a good time and to kind of explore the technology.
Yeah, it gets lost in, I mean, all these dual chip cards and all these amazing ultras and everything, and it's easy to get lost in the glamour of that because they always have the highest benchmark and it's the card everyone sought after. But again, pop a freaking MX4 card in like a Pentium 2 or something, and there's a boatload of games you can have fun with now from that era that run fantastic on it. So it's like, it's easy to lose sight of that because at the time when the card was current, it was of course not the best by a long shot, but a lot of us had it, and there's a good.
It's what you're going after too. Like, I mean, some of us are into like the GPUs for collecting and for the historical significance, but others just want to play games.
Yeah,
and it doesn't take much to get into retro PC gaming, really,
No.
when it comes down to it.
you get a good like solid XP build that you probably can find for some used office machine, and you can have a lot of fun with that. Tons of fun. I'd like to make a video on that at some point. Like, you know, the retro thing feels insurmountable for a lot of people to, like, you know, getting into retro computing is like expensive and rare, and like, well, get yourself some standard office fare machine from the mid-2000s, and you can have a really good time with XP if the driver support, especially with, you know, Dells and stuff like that. XP driver support is really good. That was a checkpoint, apparently. I didn't see that. It doesn't always have to be the super rare stuff, you know.
And Solar Strike has a good point too. He says, and you have me, a weirdo who has an FX, a Quadro FX 1100, which you'll see in my next video, to run Windows 7 Aero effects on a Pentium 3. That's definitely a weird setup.
That's weird, but why not? You know.
Yeah, but that brings up a good point, because you have those professional cards too that you can buy that have the same GPUs a lot of the time.
But I think we talked about it yesterday too. Those are starting to become popular for that reason, right? They're like the hidden gem. Like, I feel like, I'm not sure if any of you watch the Metal Jesus Rocks. I haven't really watched any of his stuff lately, but he's got the Hidden Gem series. But as soon as he does a video on Hidden Gem, the price just shoots up because it's not a Hidden Gem anymore.
That's not in anymore, right?
Yeah. Oh, ow, ow, ow. I think the shotgun has a high fire rate. I'm amazed I did not fall down there. Although I might fall.
There you go. Good job.
I hate to disappoint.
There was that one with the red dot in the center was like extra health.
Yeah, I thought it was a secret there, and I slid right past it to my untimely demise. But there we go. Now, everyone who had me falling into a pit on their bingo card, make sure you check that off now.
Tech Left Behind says the low end stuff is more the real story for people. People back then couldn't afford an FX 5950 or Radeon 9800. And just like we can't all afford RX 6900 XTs and RTX 3090 Ti's today.
Yep.
And that's very true. Like, you know, that's the story that people can relate to the most. You know, the vast majority of us anyway.
Yeah, you pretty much, you know, I'm sure you had some, you know, basically quote-unquote pre-built of the era, or, you know, some machine you got from a catalog, some basic video card in it, and that's how you probably played a lot of the games. So
I worked in a LAN cafe in the year about the year 2000, I think, and the computers we had there were Athlon's 1200 with the GeForce 4 MX 440.
Yeah.
And that was enough to play like all the esports games of the time that weren't called esports yet. But
yeah, but they would have run like Counter Strike and like Unreal Tournament.
Yep.
Run them well too, honestly. So.
Absolutely. I mean,
and they got a bad rap because they didn't have pixel shading support, but that's what most people had. And I honestly think the GeForce 4 MX series is kind of the reason why you saw so many like Quake 3 engine games like Call of Duty and Wolfenstein and stuff like that, where you know that engine survived for years just because. Oh, you got to hand it to that guy.
I was waiting for a joke there. But what the hell?
It's just waist height too. Like I don't know what they're going for there. Anyway, but you know, unfortunately, like if they had made the GeForce 4 MX series, you know, like DirectX 8 capable, it probably would have pushed the industry forward to use more shader effects and things of that nature. But you know, because developers, you know, kind of catered to that kind of lowest common denominator, that means like a lot of people were getting a pretty good gaming performance experience on those cards anyway.
Exactly.
So
yeah, I remember a TI card in those times was really like I really couldn't. It was really expensive at the time.
I feel a challenge too, because I mean, I'm sure it's like in some countries that stuff was just really expensive, and
oh yeah,
it's
down
just
here it was worse. Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, I mean, you didn't have like perfect distribution in all countries, you know, right? Like I'd assume like a better funded company like Nvidia probably had a broader reach than ATI did, just being kind of a smaller Canadian company.
Actually,
ATI had a really good like sorry.
So like actually the ATI cards here were like were a bit not very well seen because of driver support. Driver support, like Nvidia always dominated like driver support, and I remember that I had a 9200 LE, and I did want to go to a TI card, but those were way too expensive. So back then I went to a 9600 Pro, and that was amazing. That was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't very expensive either. It was just a great point.
That was a great entry point for DirectX 9 because you still had like the modern R300 based architecture. You said great shader performance, but I mean it was a really obtainable card, and the 9600 Pro and just kind of the 9600 series in general is extremely popular. And you know, especially since FX series was getting a bad rap once DirectX 9 games started coming out. But yeah, I remember like the early Catalyst drivers had a lot of like problems.
Oh yeah.
It really wasn't until like the Radeon 9000 series that they started to get to a really stable point where people, you know, could actually trust the image quality and performance of them.
I feel like the drivers called like Detonator at some point?
Yeah, NVIDIA's were called because get it? It's a pun. The TNT series had Detonator drivers.
You know, I don't think I've ever gotten that.
I never thought about that. Yeah.
No, I haven't. Nathan laying down the truth here now, and like all of this.
That's how my brain works anyway. So yeah, of course I'm the one to point that out.
Never ever made that connection. That's actually hilarious. I don't know if I need more beer or less beer.
Yeah, Solar's mentioning that Brazil always had like really expensive importing fees, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
We had weird ports of things, like the Master System was built. It was like put together by a Brazilian company to avoid those duties, those importing taxes. Not only the Master System, but we had like all sorts of like weird Nintendo clones made by Brazilian companies. And when it went up to the Genesis, also it was put together by a Brazilian company, just put together so they could avoid the taxes and sold for a reasonable price.
Yeah, like they were making like Master System games for years and years, like well into the 90s, right? Like over there. Like Brazil is kind of the reason you got like Sonic on the Master System.
Yep. Yeah, they came out with the Genesis game, and I had like a cousin that used to have the Genesis. It was really expensive. It was called the Mega Drive here, like the Mirror. But it was like I didn't have many friends that had it because it was expensive when it came out. But I remember it was like Sonic for the Mega Drive. Of course, it looked amazing at the time. But then, like, it was about a couple of years or months later, they would release it for the Master System, and I'd look at that and be like, so disappointed.
Yeah. So usually fascinating technical things, though, when it comes to that kind of stuff, when they re-release something. Often develop completely different teams and who knows what, you know.
So nobody 813. How's it going? Nobody. He says he went from a GeForce 2 MX to a Radeon 9600 Pro, and that was a huge upgrade.
Wow, yeah. I'll say anything to 9700 Pro is probably an upgrade.
Actually, I want to hear from you guys in the chat. What was like the biggest upgrade graphics card wise that you ever made?
Besides
like,
Voodoo 1.
Right, like, I mean, what was like, did you go from like an old low-end card to like a high-end card at some point? Like, we all had a transition period where we get our first job and we have our first like spending money. So like, a lot of people have stories like that where they finally got a real graphics card. So let's hear some of those down in the comments and I'll read them out.
Yeah. AK, what was your first bad video card purchase decision where you strained your budget so much you ate noodles the rest of the month? We all did it. We all did it.
So Solar Strike went from a 1050 Ti to a 3060, so that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's a big boost.
Oh wow.
Let's see
9600
here.
Pro to the HD 467. Yeah, that's pretty big.
The Doppler effect went from a Voodoo 1 to a TNT 2.
That's a big jump too.
Especially in those days, like that early period in 3D, like just like 3 years apart would mean like 10 times the performance, you know?
Yeah, it's fascinating. You read up on it now, and it feels like, you know, I lived through it, but I didn't switch cards that often, but it's like you look at the timeline for that era, and it's like, oh my goodness, the release schedule was ridiculous. I mean, imagine the video card performance from 95 to 2000. Insanity.
Jam, what's up, Jam? He went from a mobile 9400G to a GTX 780 Ti. So not only a budget card, but a mobile budget card to like a really like high-end, decent Kepler-based card.
I already mentioned probably what was my biggest upgrade from the 9600 LE to the 9600 Pro.
Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, Bruce Lucas went from a i740, Intel i740, my condolences, to a 9600 XT. Like, holy cow. So you went from not being able to play games to playing games. All right.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I'm trying to think too myself, like for that. That's a fascinating question, but I'm trying to think what it would be.
Dermot said he went from a GeForce 7600 to a GTX 285. I love that when you go from like a budget or mid-range like old card to like a high-end like few generations newer. Like that's
It's a big jump, yeah.
Huge jump.
I think I went from a 280X to 1080, but that wasn't, I mean, that's a performance leap because 1080 was just felt like it was just another world, but that's probably the most expensive video card purchase I've ever made too. So when it was new, it's one of those like. Sorry, go ahead.
Pack Left Behind went from a Voodoo 2 to a 9600 XT.
Bit of a leap there. From a Blaster to, or a Banshee to a Voodoo 5. That's highest you can get on the glide.
I mean, it's a little closer together than
a
some
lot
of these other answers. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You go from a quote unquote budget card or a integrated solution to something that's actually pretty. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, going from a Voodoo 2 to a 9600 doesn't look like that much sense because there are probably like a few years that you couldn't play anything, right?
Yeah, no, really. Basically, you would have been stuck on like games from like 98, 99.
Yeah. By the time the 9600 came out, you were already playing retro games with the Voodoo 2.
Yeah. So, does this guy actually take damage, or what's the deal here?
There is a trick to it.
Yeah, it feels like I need to...
There's a
ledge here.
Yeah.
I have to lure him in.
I think you gotta lure him to that cliff somehow. I'm trying to remember how.
Oh, and then jump from the cliff to this, probably.
Yeah.
Scripted events. Come here, buddy.
He's following the lava calling.
Yep. Nope.
Shoot him or
He's smarter than I
something?
am. I like the tip there. Shoot him or something. Well, there's been so many other interactive puzzles in this game so far.
Well, I think you might have to make it collapse or something on it, like when I was standing on it.
I've tried nothing, and nothing's working.
I tried nothing, and it's not working.
Oh. Well, everyone got their... well, not perfect. I did let him...
You went from hell to worse hell.
Yeah, it's like sub-level hell.
Right. The 7th level of hell. Dante's Inferno. That is your literary reference for this stream.
Yep. We're a very high-class, educated stream here, so, you know, we make sure we dole out the knowledge. Not just about really obscure video cards no one would actually, in the right mind, buy. But anyway.
OCR old computer rebuilds went from a Tandy SX 2500 with a Trident Blade 9880 to a Radeon 9200.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of a generational leap, I suppose.
Again, that's one of those situations where you're almost not playing games. I mean, you could play some games on the 9880, which was actually kind of a decent budget card at the time. That is a giant leap.
His hands are moving. I shoot them. It's a little creepy. I mean, that ledge there has to mean something, right?
Yeah, I know there's got to be something you can trigger. This one was always really frustrating because there was something to it. Like you had to shoot the skinny part of the ledge or something like that to cause it to break, and it may only work while you was standing on it. But I could be wrong about that.
Is there a way to get him stuck?
How unfortunate. I am roasted.
Maybe there's a way to make him get stuck there on the ledge by shooting the thing that sticks him. Maybe you can stick him to the ground. Well, I don't know.
I wonder, because I mean, it feels like the ladder has to be there for a reason, right? So, on that ledge, clearly when he punched me, that did not have the desired effect. Or the desired effect, depending on who you ask, I guess. So. Like what's the, forgot already. The Division. I'm not sure if any of you have played that, but it's fun in the beginning, the MMO pseudo-online game. He's just getting fondled by that hand there.
Wait till he's like about to claw you, and then...
Yeah, that's... Tried a little too close there. But that's what was in that game. It was fun in the beginning, but then every single enemy became bullet sponge. So you're playing a game that supposedly looks like it's kind of realistic.
Okay, I'm gonna...
I was hoping I could get punched over there.
Don't tell anybody, but I'm looking up how to beat this boss.
Yeah.
Just so we can keep the stream going here.
But yeah, in Division, there eventually everyone turns into a bullet sponge. So you have a game that feels fairly realistic with the gunplay and everything, and eventually you're emptying like 5 or 6 full clips into an enemy.
Okay.
All right, what's the secret?
All right, get back into the boss room, and I'll tell you.
Don't fall in the fire. Got it.
Yes. Make sure you get fondled by every hand sticking out of the ground first. Okay, you see that star in the ceiling?
Ah.
Shoot it. He doesn't like that.
I don't like it either. And he just burned. All right, well, that was easy. Look.
It's one of those bosses you just have to know the trick, and I think we would have probably wasted a little too much time trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think so too. I have no shame in doing that, so. And it included about 30 minutes of listening to wolves howling and video card discussion there, so.
Yeah, speaking about The Division, I played a little bit of that with some friends. And yeah, I know what you're talking about because I was playing it with a couple of friends since the beginning, and I had another friend that was in a way higher level than what we were.
Yeah.
And he jumped in our game, so like all the enemies got really difficult to kill because of him. So we would just shoot the enemies and nothing happened until he came and actually could kill the enemy.
And it's one of those like games where like if it was like a space shooter Destiny or something like that, like space lasers and whatever, it makes sense. But you're like, this is trying to look realistic, and you're shooting a machine gun at a target, and it just like the health bar is chipping away. Like that just broke the almost enjoyment on it. I almost wish it was like sci-fi at that point, you know, because that makes more sense than shields or whatever. But it's like a random dude just taking just like 6 to 10 clips of just unloading. It just felt so ridiculous. But I'll put the big camera on. You guys can chat about video cards while I go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
That's a coincidence. I need to step away from it as well. The floor is yours, Bruno.
Oh, geez. Where's my cat to entertain you guys? So who played Painkiller here already? No one? Because interestingly enough, this was one of the games that I actually have the box for this game, but I went to check it. It's sealed, so I haven't played it. You did? What computer did you play it, Solar? Did you play back in whenever this game was released, 2000 and something? Thankfully, Pixel is back.
I just wanted to make sure you guys got a good look at my Jurassic Park pajamas.
Yeah, that was actually the most entertaining part of this stream.
Right. No, we dress casual on this stream. This is a casual Thursday.
What games are you playing, Pixel? If any.
That's just it. I haven't been playing a lot of games. Trying to think what the most recent one was, because I think I was playing through I stopped playing a while back. I'll check Steam real quick and I can answer that.
What game
Backlog of shame.
are you guys in the chat playing lately?
I beat a game yesterday. I can't say that very often.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah.
What was
it? River City Girls on Steam. It's a beat 'em up game.
Oh, how is that?
It's super fun. If you like the old school games like that, it is really fun because it's River City Ransom, right? Basically in a modern trapping with a lot of like in-humor and really cool animation, stuff like that. I really enjoyed it, and it plays great on the Steam Deck. And the Steam Deck has become my go-to gaming system almost because I mean, I have kids, so it's just like I get like 20 minutes between meals and things like that going on. I can just pick it up, play for like 10 minutes, and put it down. I don't have to go down to my gaming computer down here. So the Steam Deck has kind of changed that, which, I mean, the Switch will do that too, but I can play my whole Steam backlog. So,
the game I was playing last, I believe, was a Medieval.
Great race game.
It's a great game, like kind of in the similar vein actually to what we're playing right now. It's you know, it's more of a throwback because it's specifically trying to go for unfiltered textures and simpler geometry and things like that, but with just way flashier looking visuals.
Oh yeah, it looks great.
I'm having so much fun with these games that kind of take like an old visual style and put like a couple of like new coats of paint on it, like little tweaks and things with modern touches.
Mhm.
And I just think it's becoming kind of an interesting style in its own right. That's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, as I recall, I think that game is a spiritual successor to Heretic. Is that it? Or
Yeah, or
Hexen?
Hexen, or
Yeah.
whichever one of those. But yeah, again, I'm a big fan when they pick a style and stick to it. And that game goes all in on that style.
I
So
played that a little bit for a review as well. It's a cool game.
yeah, it's really fun. It plays great on a CRT. I was wondering, you guys can't see it now, but you'll see it on the YouTube stream eventually here. But I did grab the S3 Trio 3D2X AGP board, which is, of course, the most powerful video card in history.
Oh, you keep it in your bathroom?
Yeah, exactly. Emergency use only.
I mean, that's appropriate place for it.
Yeah, it's
once you fished it out of the toilet and dried it off, you could show it.
I kind of want to make a video on it now because it's stupid. PG 128 plus. So for home or office use. Ooh.
I guess we can expect a stream with that card at some point.
Yeah, probably.
Philly Cheese Take says he most recently played Kingdom Come Deliverance, which underrated game. I need to play more of that because I was actually one of the Kickstarter backers for that game. Nice. And it's really fascinating. It's like historically accurate, medieval times, and I forget where it takes place. It's like Poland or something like that. But anyway, but it's kind of a hit or miss. Like, I mean, not everybody's gonna love it because it's the game mechanics, the sword combat. You have like bow and arrow and stuff, but like the physics is more realistic. So it's going for kind of a hyper real take on like sword fighting and things like that. Like it's a complex sword fighting mechanic where there's like parries and blocks, and it's kind of a rhythmic, like you have to learn the combos and when to use them. But it's based on the Crytek in CryEngine 3. And came out a few years ago, but it's actually visually, it's quite a gorgeous game, like big, large, open, medieval sort of landscapes with rich foliage and gorgeous like lighting and the sun and shining through the trees. It's just you can just drink that game in visually.
Awesome. I like the idea of it because I remember watching videos on it, and we all played the high fantasy games so many times. I mean, every single like RPG set in medieval usually has to be the high fantasy. Your Dragon Age and your Witcher and all that stuff. I mean, Witcher is more folklore, but it's still the same, very polished. I like the idea of having,
Bohemia is where it takes place.
I like an idea of like having a quote-unquote realistic one where it's set in a real environment, and I feel like there aren't that many games that have done that with the medieval times. They're usually, again, high fantasy. I guess that's what we're used to. So you're the chosen one, and there's spells and all that. So
Tech Left Behind says he's been playing, doing a complete Mass Effect playthrough. The Legendary Edition.
I got about halfway through on the first game of Legendary. I need to continue that because Mass Effect series is probably one of my all-time favorite series. Played on 360 mostly, so frame rate was there. It plays a lot better than that.
Solar Strike says he's been playing a lot of GBA games and some PS2 games. So true retro enthusiast.
Yeah, there you go. Do you play retro games? Jeez. We don't just test them.
Right.
I tried getting into Mass Effect so many times now, but I don't know.
The lore
section. Try harder. I know
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I have a hard time with any of those BioWare RPGs, and even like maybe I'm just not a modern RPG fan, but even like a lot of the Bethesda games, I tried so many times to get into like Oblivion and Skyrim, and it just doesn't grab me. I don't know what it is about those games.
Yeah, I also find it hard to get into those games, but the Fallout series, I'm all into that. That thing grabs me easily.
Yeah, I think
grabs you in all the right places.
like hands sticking out of the ground randomly, demon hands as it were. But yeah, the Mass Effect, I think, above all is I love sci-fi. That helps, of course, but just I remember playing the first game, and for anyone who's played this game, the choices matter up until the last choice in the game, which can go just screw itself. There's a choice in the game. I remember making it, and all these games have these morality sliders, like, right, you're good or you're bad. You're gonna stomp these kittens or you're gonna save the puppy. I mean, it's like they're so black and white. There was one choice in that game where I reacted on instinct, and it's the first time in any game I've ever done that, where I did not think of the decision. It just made sense for me as a character in the game to do this decision. And I paused for a second afterwards, like, that actually just happened. Like, I did not think of the pros and cons. It just made sense to make this decision this way. And I think that's how they all want to design it. But more often than not, it becomes the morality slider of good or bad,
Like more like an actual real reflection of yourself, as opposed to like,
exactly.
This is obviously evil, or this is obviously
and I realized
good.
after it was the quote-unquote, and Mass Effect calls it the renegade choice, right? Which is the more like, we got to get this done at any cost choice, not the puppies or whatever. All right, see you later, Soros. Thanks for stopping by. But the choice felt so natural in the gameplay, and then also the environment is fascinating. I've read all the books and everything, so I'm a big Mass Effect fan, except Mass Effect Andromeda, but that's another story. But
I have a plan to get into Mass Effect, to force me into getting into Mass Effect. I have a video planned where I'm going to make a build that it's period correct for Mass Effect, and I'm going to play it. So that has to do it.
Yeah. The characters
you should put like an unnecessarily crippled graphics card in there, though.
Like a 6800 128,
just
for
the
example.
fact that you just any old,
Yeah.
this, so you can say like the fact that you were able to play it is in itself an achievement.
Yep. That's true.
I think the minimum requirement is an HD 2600 or something like that.
Maybe, yeah.
I have one of those.
Yeah, I have the Legendary Edition. Not Legendary, the Collector's one for PC, but I did play it all through on 360 all the way through. And I will say, just as a tangent, 360 was a lot smoother in my memory than when you play it now. Fire up a 360 title now, and it's running at 25 FPS all the time, and like, wow, this felt really good back when I played it. This is really choppy now.
Well, just rest assured, the PS3 version was probably running at like 21, 22 frames per second. So
it's amazing as that becomes retro now. I watched Digital Foundry and they're doing like PS3 stuff, and it's like, boy, that really ran poorly. It's like we just accepted it because it looked like it was HD and all that stuff, and yeah, it was.
I know, because you get to our age where we start getting all these grays, and it's hard to think of those systems as retro, because the older you get, the more the passage of time seems like the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
But like, you actually look at those games and you look at, not just the performance, but even just, the quality of the rendering, and you're like, oh wow, we really have come a long way since then.
Yeah.
They really do actually look pretty dated. I hadn't realized, but I mean, some of them still hold up. Like, you get a game with really good art style. Like, I think like the original BioShock, still, gorgeous looking game, just aesthetically,
Yeah, it's got that. It doesn't go for hyper realism. It's got a little bit of a soft edge to it, if you will. Try and make it. It's not cartoony by a long shot, but it's got the chunky Unreal Engine 3 feel to it and all that stuff. And I think that's aged pretty well.
Pretty much anything that's cell shaded is well known to pretty much be ageless.
Yeah, as far as like the 480p, I when I started playing, so let's see, I did not have an HD TV right away. A friend had a rear projection 720p, and that was amazing. Wow, we're playing Crackdown and HD, and then we actually bought a 1080p capable TV, and I played Mass Effect on that. It was like a 42-inch LG 1080p, and that's how I played 360 back in the day. So that was a awesome
it was kind of funny, because it was like almost an unadvertised feature. It was like, you're playing on a crappier TV, yes, but then you're running at a lower resolution and actually getting a performance uplift.
Yeah, the 360...
not an advertised feature, but you're technically lowering the resolution. So
Yeah, the 360 is great for playing on a CRT even, or what one of my favorite things recently, I have a cable sitting right here, is the VGA connector to a PC CRT, and the 360 looks gorgeous on that. You'd run it at like 1280 by 1024 or 1024 by 768 or something. It looks great. And you get that feel
I
of like
did not know you could do
Dreamcast.
that.
Yeah, the VGA cable on
So
Amazon
you
was like
can,
$12.
so it scales in performance when you lower resolution for the 360. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
in some
because it's
games.
only
That it can
like
do
if
that.
you're outputting at 480p, it's not running internally at a higher res. It's just
Mhm.
going to render at that res. So,
Yeah.
Does the PS3 do that too?
mm-hmm.
Huh.
Well,
Cool.
I heard the PS3 is equal to a supercomputer because it's got a cell processor, so that blows everything else.
Right. It did. The only reason it didn't run at 4K is because those TVs didn't exist yet. So,
Or the developers didn't know how to use it, which
yeah,
is partially
which
correct
is
too.
the public wasn't ready yet.
Now, supercomputers, I love watching those old presentations. Like, the future of computing is here, and nothing else will ever come close to this. This is the best thing ever. Make sure we pre-order right now.
Dermot says the Dreamcast on a CRT is sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of that too when Rick started talking about that, because the Dreamcast is kind of the original idea,
Mm-hmm.
kind of one of the first to introduce that concept of being able to hook up your. I think of the Dreamcast as almost like in a way, kind of a PC gamers console,
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, I've played
Yeah.
like Quake 3 with the Dreamcast mouse and keyboard on there, and it is, for the era, we're talking 1999 hardware, a competent experience.
Yeah.
It really is an awesome system. But just aside from even like the PC ports, which there weren't a lot, it has some of the most unique games on that platform in general. So it's kind of like the best complement to a PC is a console that gives you the most unique experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which
And
at
the
this point might
Dreamcast
be the
definitely
Switch.
did that.
Now it's the
Also,
Switch almost.
it ran.
Yeah, anything
Windows
Nintendo obviously fits that category as well.
Yeah, the Dreamcast ran Windows CE, so that was pretty cool. And also, you could browse the web with it. Like, I saw a video that someone doing it like recently, which is crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I find it's a fascinating niche coming out now, where people have figured out ways to kind of like, I wouldn't say, it's not porting, but it's like hook up these things. I know we've seen like Wi-Fi modems, parallel modems for really old computers. I know there's probably a huge thing. I think I found that like where you can connect the Dreamcast to online services today, and like play Quake 3 on it on the internet, and it's like with other Dreamcast owners. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they make these dongles that you can hook them up. Essentially, there are like a modem emulator.
Yeah.
So you can have like an Ethernet, LAN network, and I guess it's like kind of like it's almost like a mini Linux environment in these dongles. They're actually quite sophisticated, and I don't know all the technical details. So don't quote me on any of this, but they're emulating, basically a modem, like dial-up network for the Dreamcast,
That'd be
and
awesome.
allowing you to access. I mean, and then you have like a whole. Nowadays, you have this whole cottage industry, I guess you could call it, of like people like modding the internet to run on older hardware. So you got like Frog Find and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which are obviously for much older systems than the Dreamcast, but like there's ways to experience the internet on older hardware.
Yeah, I know that I've seen a lot of, you can build a proxy box or whatever that access the old net or Wayback Machine, and you can browse that then from your retro computer to get the internet experience of like 1998, or something. And that's awesome. It's just like there's so many people working in their own little niche areas with these things that you keep getting awesome retro experiences out there. And the retro experience is not always the fastest and the best, but you know what? Dial-up was slow back then. It wasn't like amazing like we have today. So I used to so when I played Dark Age of Camelot online, which incidentally is how I met my wife. But I was playing Dark Age of Camelot online, and my parents had like it's almost like a guest cabin next to their main house at the time, and we ran a phone wire in a conduit hanging in the air to that cabin so I could play online games at night. But if the wind was howling, the internet connection would be like 38K, but if the wind was stable, I'd get like 42 or something. Like, yeah, I got high speed tonight. It was so bad.
It sounds like a third world country.
Yeah, I know. It's like they had an outhouse too, but it was just temporary. Pretty quickly after that, I'm like, I'm gonna move to an apartment in the town my high school is in. They're like, yeah, we get it. We understand. Okay, thanks.
Alright, I'm gonna get a beer and I'm gonna come back and make it controversial.
All right. Oh,
Okay.
just one quick note, Nathan. You are a little choppy lately. I'm not sure if you want to try and disconnect or reconnect or something quick, but you're a little stuttery right now.
I could try that. Well, the stuttering is actually the beer, but I'll,
Sure, we can blame it on that. But
right. Okay.
that might mess up the layout, but yeah, if you just. There we go. Wasn't sure if you'd come back in the same place, but I think you did, so.
I'm gonna. I think part of the problem too is I'm also watching the stream while.
Ah, gotcha.
So I'm gonna lower the quality here of the stream, so hopefully
Okay.
I don't use up my bandwidth going.
That's the kicker. That's always the kicker. We bit the bullet here. We have just cable internet here. There's nothing else. My friend who lives up the street in a newer neighborhood that's built next to ours has fiber. And he sits up there, oh, I only got like 450 meg down today. I'm like, you son of a bitch. But so we upgraded to the highest one we can get through our cable, which was very expensive, but there's just no choice. You know, we just have to use it because with kids streaming right now, we just don't have a choice anymore. So.
Bruce Lucas says maybe I'll do an AGP versus PCI Verge video. I don't want to spoil things, but I don't think the Verge uses AGP very much.
Before anyone asks, this is a bitter ale win beer that mimics an English beer.
Oh.
As long as it's not a sour.
And
Sour beer.
I don't know. I don't know what is with the trend lately with sour beers, but I'm like, this is literally the most disgusting liquid ever made.
It's fascinating, yeah. Ooh, no, it's just
so here's the controversial statement. I do not think that the PS4 was a big leap from the PS3.
That's not that controversial.
Oh, I can get
I mean,
that.
it was. I mean, it's. But that's kind of you're starting to get into diminishing returns anyway, right? Like it was really going from. I mean, there's nothing technically that from a programming language standpoint, you can kind of do any of the same effects that you do modern chips with DirectX 9, at least like 9.0C. That's kind of what the PS3 was based on. It's just a matter of running at higher resolution, higher performance, higher frame rates, etc. And PS5 is even less so. Like it's literally basically the same architecture, just upgraded. And that's kind of what consoles are going to be going forward. It's just like, just here's better specs. It's just like when we upgrade our PCs, it's still fundamentally the same architecture. It's just we got a faster one now.
And then you have Nintendo goes like, hold my Wii, and basically just invent something brand new.
Yeah.
He
also, I think
there.
the input standard, right? When it went to HDMI, things became a lot more crisp. So there was a big leap there from the PS2, from that era to the next one, and after that, everything's HDMI.
Yeah. It's almost a little boring, isn't it? It's just like plug it in and it's great.
I mean, it's just what it is, right? There's no more like low-hanging fruit as far as 3D advancement goes. Like we've kind of made all the major advancements already, and so now it's just kind of iterative
Big boss.
improvements. Oh yeah, so this is a real boss for Painkiller. This is like more like how they will be going forward in the game. They're just dramatically huge.
Oh man, it's like what was that game? Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but don't try to climb his back.
It's a lot more shaky cam than that.
At least you just shoot him. There's no puzzle to it.
Yeah, that's nice. You can do that. Hank and Spank. Although it's shaking so much, I have no idea what's going on. Frame rate's in the 20s now. The shake effect is a little aggressive.
Well, he's dropping the cathedral on you.
Yeah.
Comment I want to go back to.
You did. My shotgun fires really fast.
OCR old computer rebuild says, okay, funny question. Has anyone recorded a YouTube video drunk? I mean drunk. Well, just keep watching this one and we'll see. Now,
I don't think I've done like editing for sure. I think someone else mentioned that too. That's happened.
Tech Left Behind said I haven't recorded a video drunk, but I've definitely edited. You could do a surprisingly competent job editing while completely inebriated. It's like it doesn't affect the part of your brain that you need for editing.
No, its creative juices are flowing at that point almost. Like
right.
It's just... I'm realizing too, that's part of the creation process. I almost enjoy the editing the most anymore. I feel like it's almost like sometimes it's kind of like a chore to get all the shots you want and all that stuff, but
exactly.
Once you sit down to edit, usually you have, you know, all the framework that you're looking to do in a video, what you want to show.
Especially if you're organized, that's been key. Like sometimes I get. I mean, if I'm lazy and I don't make a shot list for a video, then it really shows, because then I end up like having to go back and reshoot stuff, and that's been like the key thing for me is like go through the script, figure out all the shots you need and put them in a list and get them all in one go before you start editing, so you have all the visual elements you need to just compile together, throw them into the timeline, and so you can just sit down and focus on editing.
Yeah, that's perfect scenario, but it's not always what happens, right?
No, and then of course there's always gonna be those situations where, you know, I'm talking about this, but I really need to show it. Rick, I don't know what you thought was gonna happen there, but
I forgot that the barrels explode in your face. Let's see if I have to fight that boss again. That's pretty amazing. Thanks for coming to my walkthrough of this game.
I'm gonna play kissy kissy with this explodey barrel.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna play chainsaw with this explodey. Yep, I gotta fight the boss again. That is actually some level of amazing, but good thing I got co-hosts here to entertain you while I try and erase this mistake.
Nope, it happened. I want everyone to know.
That's recorded. Ooh, money.
It's like we were talking about drinking and editing. While you can't do that, it's almost like making a video. It's got such different like processes involved. Like when you're writing a script, it's like it's nice for me. It's nice to like have some coffee or something while I'm writing.
Yeah.
Like, really good with my laptop. I think that's how LGR does it too. He makes me also and that's totally the best move. And but yeah, and also, and when you're getting all the footage, it's like usually you're not drinking coffee or drinking beer or anything. You just focus on getting that down.
Yeah.
And then
I'll have like a long form video. So like that's when I watch Adrian's Basement the most. So like he'll have those long form, like hour long, like repair videos, and that is just the perfect background noise for me while I'm like doing B-roll footage and stuff. Because I don't understand half that crap anyway. So, you know, I just, he's got a great voice to just listen to. So, you know.
I listen to podcasts while I get the B-roll.
To who?
I listen to podcasts. I don't know if I'm going to say the
yeah.
name of who I listen to because it might be controversial.
But that's, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, that's the perfect stuff for like, you know, people listen to podcasts while going to the gym or whatever. It's like when you don't need to focus entirely on it, that's the best time to do that. And like B-roll filming is really tedious. Like it is, it is one of the most tedious parts of video content creation. I don't enjoy B-roll filming.
Because you can never have enough. And I feel like, especially with the B-roll, sometimes I get this weird, like, idea in my head for a certain angle or a certain shot, and you spend so long getting it when really the audience doesn't care. It becomes this creative endeavor of getting just the right angle and just the right light, when really it doesn't really matter. That's a huge time sink. Huge time sink. You never have
Sometimes
enough.
you also... Sorry, go ahead.
No, so you never have enough B-roll. That's at least what I find in myself. Every time I do B-roll, I'm saying, like, one more pan shot. You know, I'm already set up. Just shoot it one more time. Like, it just, you never have enough, I feel like, when I start editing. I think I just staked that guy in the face. I totally staked that guy.
It's like Nathan said, it's good when you sit down and you have everything, so better get multiple shots.
Mm-hmm.
But, also sometimes you need, like, you think of a light and you need to be there at a certain time of the day to get the shot you want, and like sometimes multiple days go by where you don't have the opportunity to do that at that one time. I don't know if you guys been through that.
Yeah, you rely on that.
I mean, you know, you can have artificial lighting, but like sometimes you want that, you know, that extra shot, and you know, like more the beauty shots, you know, outside or whatever. One time I got a comment, it's like, oh man, I don't understand why people pick their hardware outside to film. I'm like, man,
Makes the shot interesting.
it's called creativity, okay? Sometimes I like having ants crawling on my PCBs, alright?
Yeah. The thing is, like, I think it just, you know, especially us, the small content creators, I don't think we always make the content for everyone else. We make the content we want to see or do. That doesn't always line up, because if you're just chasing the algorithm, we talked about this last night too, but you go with, like, just what the algorithm wants, you're not really going to be happy, because there's plenty of channels that do that, and they're usually huge. Like, again, we mentioned, like, Mr. Beast, like, you know, he does some crazy stunt. That's not what we do. At the end of the day, if we're not enjoying it or we're not liking what we're doing, and we'll experiment a lot, I think we do, all of us. We'll do quite an experiment with something that may work or may not work. I think, Nathan, you were mentioning some of your more new stuff. It's a very much experiment.
Yeah, like my GBU June video is, I'm trying some creative stuff with it, but not too out there, but just something different. But, you know, that's just to make it interesting, not just as a video, but interesting for me to make, you know? And I think at the end of the day, it has to be something that you enjoy making. You don't want to, like, make a video and you know, it's just dry information and you're just making it to make it, and it becomes kind of like work, like almost like a job. And one of the things that, you know, we talk about a lot is that with content creation, it's a battle against burnout.
Oh yeah.
And you know, sometimes you have to do those creative stunts a little bit just to get your juices going, just to motivate you to even make the thing in the first place. And it may go over well, it may not go over well. Like, the audience may or may not accept it, but, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Maybe if they just understood that video may never have happened if you didn't at least have some kind of, you know, creative motivation, to make it.
It's for small content creators. That's, I mean, Nathan, you're by far the biggest one of us in the room here now, but I have a feeling you don't feel like that. So you compare yourself probably to LGRs and stuff like that, but I mean, you have a system that seems to generally work, and you've gotten big from that too. Did I chainsaw these things? Will they explode in my face?
No, those are like tombstones.
They have money in them, though. I should chainsaw them.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're like offering boxes. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. There's no defiling going on here. It's fine. It's fine. This is very respectful. I just need the money.
Right. It's just it's a church in hell.
See,
Don't think
I
anything about
need
it.
the money, so it's okay
Right.
to chainsaw them open.
Why is hell full of churches? It's weird.
Because not all churches are good.
Yeah, isn't it epic, though? Very, very epic. I don't know. I love game design, too. There was a channel I used to watch, and sorry to go off on a tangent there now, but I can't remember what it's called, but it was a web channel, or a YouTube channel, designed specifically around game design. And it was fascinating because it's a layer you don't usually see or care about because it gets very dry. But it was fascinating to kind of like look behind the curtain because there's so many things that go into game design thoughts on what you do. Like, yeah, sure, it's just a shooter or whatever, but, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of different angles to it on a deeper level that we forget. We just consume the content. And I feel that goes a little bit parallel with content creation, too. A lot of people just consume the content. They don't think of what goes into making it. And there's a lot of nuances to making it, and it's easy to consume. And I know it's the best intentions. I remember spending 3 weeks making a video and like, finally done. Whew, all right, publish. Let's watch what people think. Awesome, can't wait for the next one. And that was very well intended, but for me it was like, good grief, I just did this. Like, I need a break of a day, you know. And it was very well intended. I took it as a compliment. That's great. But it felt like, get back on the horse, you know.
Yeah, I've had those comments too, believe me. Like, I literally just posted a video and it was like, one of the comments was, when's your next video? I'm like, this video is only 30 minutes old. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm literally still high on the drugs I took to get over this publishing hump, you know. And I just, for a second, I know it's something that's like, just wanted to mention it. We're not trying to call you out, Dream Master Retro. I know that there's a lot of things you have to say and everything. It's just a lot of people have a lot of different things to say. I don't think anyone wants to call anyone out or go after anyone. We're all just like talking retro stuff. So I'm a mediator and I like keeping people happy, but we're just hanging out talking retro stuff. So, but when is the next video coming out, Nathan? I mean, do you want to give us a day or a time or?
I'm thinking June. June is probably a good time.
That's a bold answer.
My next video.
That's a bold answer.
I feel like the timing is just right.
Ooh, there's the thing. I should look at the compass, shouldn't I? I talked game design earlier, and they basically like smack it in my face. There's a compass there. I'm like, where do I go? I don't know. Let's bunny hop.
I feel like we were talking about this at some point, maybe in the video.
Yeah,
something compass, always telling you where to go, and you're never having to.
That involves a user reading the compass, and that's a little too complicated. Yeah, I work in IT.
You're too distracted by the shiny coins.
Yep.
I have to confess to you guys that I can't be watching the game and talking at the same time. I can't believe how Rick not only watches it, but he plays it and talks at the same time and reads the chat.
Rick has gotten down the streaming trick.
It's interesting because
he has developed that part of his brain.
It's interesting because I have small children, so there's always some noise or someone talking going on. But I remember my wife was encouraging me to try the streaming thing, thinking I would be good at it, and then realizing that it gives me an outlet to just basically ramble on about my things that I like. And you think about it, it's a lot of what we like, all of us, to talk about the things we like. And being able to talk about unrestricted and control the conversation is pretty liberating, actually.
Well, it's the only form. It's the only form of content creation that's two-way. Because when we make a video that's pre-recorded, pre-scripted, it is going one direction. It is from us to the audience. And we're not, taking in feedback or anything. It is just an expression. And in a way, it's kind of the most creatively selfish because it is just purely expression coming from us that we're sharing with people. but streaming is really kind of almost a collaborative type of content creation where you're involving the viewers firsthand, um, not just while it's being made, but also in the direction that it goes and what you talk about and the things that people ask and things like that. So
yeah,
very different.
It's very different. Yeah, I enjoy it from that aspect because it is a dialogue conversation. You can kind of it's a fun to reminisce about things. Of course, that's a lot of what we do. This right, is reminiscing about our own retro experiences since we all like the retro stuff, but. It is a very giving way of content creating, and I feel like I am like, it's so much fun for me to stream that I feel like I'm cheating in content creation. I always feel like a stream is not content, and that makes sense because I'm just playing a game and talking about the game and what I like, but it's still fun. So I mean, of course, I like to thank everyone too. We have a lot of regulars that show up basically every week, including people in Europe and Asia and stuff like that, where the time zone is radically different, and that's very, very appreciated. Am I supposed to go through this thing?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe there's another level.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lower level.
Ah. Let's bunny hop there. Whoa.
Billy Cheese Take mentioned the Ars Tech video about how Crash Bandicoot hacked the original PlayStation, which was an awesome video. Some of the original Naughty Dog developers going into kind of in depth about one of their really early games on the PlayStation, how they kind of developed techniques that Sony wasn't even aware of to eke out more performance out of the hardware. I love stories like that because it's really fascinating stuff.
Yeah,
especially when you can distill it to a dumb enough level that I can understand. Those are the best ones.
Yeah, that's a hard balance too, because it's like it's easy to get stuck in the very weeds of the technical discussion. But it depends on the layer you're trying to make it. Like I always, if my father-in-law is watching now, hi. But I like making videos that he enjoys, if that makes sense, because he doesn't have any deep technical knowledge on this stuff, but he's fascinated by it. He's fascinated about the video and stuff like that, and I always feel like I hit the right level that I'm seeking for when he, as an uninterested like layman in the sense he's not that deep in it, enjoys the video. And that's what I like to do, because some videos you can target the deepest hardcore fans and just like we're going super deep, right? But I enjoy the ones that are more universally accepted. So
I think, and I've said this in the past, I think the mark of a great content creator is one that can interest people that weren't even interested in the subject matter before. So I've gotten to enjoy a number of channels that talk about things that I normally don't care about, but just because it's presented so well and it's in an interesting way, and at the end of the day, we're all human, and every hobby or interest that we have comes down to some human level. It appeals to something we all have. So like gaming, playing games, we all want to feel like we're accomplishing something, and
I accomplished something by failing again. I am on a mission to fail every mission possible.
Not that this is a case in point, but I'm just saying, but yeah, everything can be relatable to somebody on some level. So, if you're a good enough, like insightful content creator enough to be able to take something you enjoy and like get people to understand why you enjoy it, then you potentially anybody could watch it.
Yeah, I think we both talk about that. That's why LGR feels like so natural and popular, because he is just so happy about his stuff.
So excited about
he finds like a stupid mouse, and he's having a lot of fun. And I think that's what I like to portray and whatever, because you can tell when the excitement is there versus a slog video, if you will. It's a little harder to make those. So.
Yeah, well, one thing is that trying to convince the audience of the way you feel about that specific thing is also kind of a skill, right?
Yeah.
like how good the 6800 128-bit is, for example. It's kind of like a hard sale right now, so I need to kind of pull out all the stops on that one. But at the
No,
same
but
time,
I think like if you just relate it to your childhood, and a lot of times, or just what you were feeling or going through at that time when you were, using that hardware.
yeah, for
I
sure.
I think, you know, and I think that's the basis of nostalgia. Really, is just
Mhm.
kind of reliving those cherished moments.
Yeah. Oh, we're still going. Welcome back, Christopher. We're not stopping anytime soon. So I just had to make a comment because I had to move a couple of video cards to get to my
Chris.
bottle opener. So there was the Rage 128 Pro.
Oh
And
man,
then the
I'm turning you into me. Like,
yeah, I know. I filming my GPU June video now. Like I should compare it to that card too. And then my work area that I normally film at, like I got to shove video cards out of the way to make a shot happen. And it's like this is probably pixels every day, isn't it?
yeah, no, that's.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have the best intentions with my organization, but like those bins and
Mm-hmm.
stuff just they fill up so quickly.
Yeah.
I
It's
got
like
a feeling you guys are a couple of levels above me in organization because I have a separate room for the lab at my dad's house.
mhm.
I can't keep it here where I live with my partner. But since that room is dedicated to that over there, nobody messes with it.
Oh.
It's a big mess in there. Just have that little the mess it barely like stays out of the place where I gotta film.
hmm
I think that's genius though, because then you buy
Yeah.
things on eBay and have them delivered to your dad's place, and
Yeah.
then
Never see it.
you
Yeah.
never have to explain anything.
hmm
I know where you're coming from. I know what the big idea is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's fun too because I have the where I'm sitting now, and
Is that why you have a PO box, Rick? So you can...
yeah, sure. I ship it to work sometimes too. Like then, if it's a small enough, I can fit it in my laptop bag. Then I bought a. So what happened recently, and I'll make a video on it too. I say that about everything I do, but there was a gentleman on the Vintage Computer Swap Facebook group that was selling new old stock cases. And Sucra, I think you have that same case, that P3.
Exactly.
And I'm excited about that one because I've looked for a home for my Super Socket 7 machine for a long time. That's going to house my Banshee card, for example, the Super Socket 7 K62550 Banshee build. I think that's going to be a fun machine to build and play with. But I just, like all of us, we hunt for the right case. And I don't want to make a complete build with just some random case. It's got to feel right. And that case was spot on. And the gentleman had basically...
got to find the best case scenario.
Huh? You sure you're not dad? That was pretty much on that scale there. Award you one dad joke star.
Awesome.
Yeah, but then
it's the original case I had a P3 600 with a Voodoo 5, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's what I ended up with when I upgraded to the Voodoo 5.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I found that, and I think it was Retrotech Chris. He's probably gone now, but he linked that and said like this person's got a whole bunch of new old stock cases, and I'm like sold. So I just grabbed one of those, and I haven't even opened it yet. It's completely sealed still, and that would be a fun one to make the video around because I really enjoy making the complete thing. I really enjoy having a shot of a CRT with the computer and like the experience around it, right? That gets my nostalgia going. So
yeah. I kind of have almost a hybrid of. I have almost like a hybrid approach to that because I have test systems, but I also like them to feel like a computer.
Yeah.
So I'm one of the few people that has test systems with an actual case and like everything set up like a real computer. And it's not because I go into thermal testing or anything like that, like try to make it real world. It's just because I like to feel like it's a real computer that I'm using on some level.
Yeah.
Like it's a complete system.
I kind of go back and forth on that thing because every time I get a complete system together, eventually I end up taking it apart for another video, another build or something.
That is
but then the drawback of open benches is that you sometimes glue them to your desk, and that can always be a
You're now retro crowbar this, and
Yeah, that's what happens when you put a lot of stuff on the internet.
Yeah, that's it's a challenge. It's
You never know
the
what
content
people might
creation.
remember, you know.
Yeah, well, that will live on for sure. But I wanted a test bench too, and it, people watching this, you're welcome to redirect us if you want. But I think we all enjoy this conversation because I think us three get a lot of the content creation conversations out of this and video cards and all that stuff, of course. But this is still GPU June related, so. But I would love a test bench, an official test bench. But I find it feels like you either pay like $10 for a really crappy one, or you pay $300 for an amazing one. And I wish there was something in between. And also in between gluing it to your desk. I mean,
Right? Yeah, you definitely want to avoid that.
mhm.
I found my beige case at a local like computer shop.
Mm.
And it was funny, like they're not around anymore. I think the pandemic killed off the shop,
Mm.
unfortunately. But it was one of those shops, like it was kind of a repair shop, but they also had a lot of parts like that they just taken in that were just kind of all over the place. Not a lot of like really retro stuff that we would like, but they had in the corner, like way like it was actually close to the front window, so it was like getting all the sun on it and turning yellow and stuff. But it was under a bunch of other more modern cases. And I'm like, I'm gonna unearth this thing. So I like
Mhm.
pull the other cases off of it and pull it out of this corner, and it's got like dead spiders in it, stuff like that. Uh, but I'm like, this is perfect for me. Like, I'm like, if I hadn't come along
Mhm.
and saw this case, literally no one else would have bought it because it's like only someone like me looking for this stuff would have been interested. But it,
Mhm.
and he sold that and like a busted GeForce MX card for like $20.
Yeah. That's the greatest
So
one because it gets use and it almost gives you like a good feeling because the stuff that would probably just end up under a dump or recycler gets actual use. That's probably the most
yeah,
gratifying thing from a retro perspective. Not everything can survive. I mean, I get it. I mean, you look back at the amount of retro that was made over the time. There's millions of things out there that probably don't necessarily need to survive. We probably should recycle some of it, but seeing something get a new lease on life, and being used is amazing. Or hoarded, as it were. don't open,
right.
don't open my storage room.
I mean, eventually it will get used, right?
Yeah, eventually, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I need to keep scouring eBay every single night when I have a backlog of projects that's like 100 deep. Um,
Vincent says, my test lab is just a dresser in my bedroom with a folding table in front of it.
hey, whatever works for you. So yeah, I did see Brocha's got some really interesting ideas on I like her video card stand and then her test bench and everything too. Like she
Yeah,
thinks outside the box a lot.
shout out to Tech and Brosia if you
Mm-hmm.
guys haven't been watching her channel. She makes a lot of interesting stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
she, in particular, has been using her 3D printer to make not only test benches but also like really nifty like stands for video cards, so she can
Mm-hmm.
organize her video card collection and stuff. So really cool stuff. Definitely check her out if you haven't already.
Yeah, for sure.
He's also
Yeah.
really talented with the videos. She makes them
Mm-hmm.
really well.
Yes, her GPU June video, which is how I and a lot of people discovered her
Mm-hmm.
channel, um, was really cool. It was like a Voodoo
Mm-hmm.
being used with a Cyrix CPU,
Yeah.
and she does a lot of stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I always feel guilty because there's so many amazing content creators out there, and it's hard to support all of them. I mean, it's hard not to point attention to the fact that women in tech is always a challenging thing. So I enjoy supporting that, but it is
yes,
just there's so many content creators out there, and I feel bad. It's like there's so many amazing of you in the chat right now, and I feel bad not keeping up on videos or keeping up on comments and stuff like that. But it's hard.
well,
It's
that's one
hard.
of the biggest reasons for GPU June,
Mhm.
is to get those channels noticed. And one of the coolest things about it is that it actually promotes and encourages people to create content for the first time. So a lot of them have never made videos before, are encouraged to do so for this event, which is one of the coolest things for me personally. I think that's probably one of the biggest accomplishments of the event is just getting people to start making videos and start kind of expressing their love of the hobby and getting more of that out there and you know, who knows, they could be, you know, one of the next great channels out there. So
You could start covering the 6800 128 megabit, for example. That would give you a springboard into fame right there. So
did you want to keep playing this game, or did we want to maybe try something else? Or
yeah, we can play a little more, or I have a few other games on this machine as well, but I don't think we had any other games planned per se. But we can perhaps take a look at some other games that this machine, really just like, it gives you the challenge ahead of time, what you need to accomplish. So that's good. I should probably have looked at that, but oh well. We'll never know now. So this machine does have a few other games on it. One that we tried last night real quick, that stretches machine beyond what it can, but we can also run a benchmark. So why don't we do that just because it's fun?
oh no, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's actually get a score on this thing. And we can
Yeah,
let
I'd
that
love
run.
to know what this looks like beside the real 6800.
I honestly have
Does
no
it get,
idea.
like,
I
like 60% of the performance, 70%, something like that.
I have an Excel sheet if you guys really want to know. Like,
all right, let's run the benchmark live here while we chat, and then the 3D Mark 2001, of course, is the one that's applicable here. Now, I'm not sure if you have a score for that or not, Nathan, but like how
well,
do you?
3D Mark 2001 is very CPU dependent, so you're gonna have some bottlenecking with that, even on a card like this, because this is such an old benchmark.
Yeah. I don't know how many times I ran this benchmark. I remember, like, I don't even remember what I was doing. But I remember running this benchmark over and over, trying to squeak some performance out of a driver or setting or something like that. And I honestly don't even remember what I was trying to accomplish.
I remember, I have a distinct memory of overclocking a Radeon 9100 to try and get 10K in this test and doing run after run after run.
Yeah. The ultimate bragging rights.
Incidentally, it's good luck if you're running the car chase and it hits the barrel and it flies forward as opposed to flying to the side.
Oh, really?
So it's good luck.
You have ran a lot of benchmarks, my friend, because I have no clue.
There's actual like a physics engine running behind that car chase demo, and it's actually, there's an interactive mode. If you had never messed with that, it's a game mode. It's not a real game, but it is actual physics based. So there is a random chance that one of the like barrels that's in the street is gonna fly forward ahead of the car instead of off to the side where you don't see it.
Oh my. I think there was actually
stuff.
There was an ad there in that in between slide. Did you guys? Yeah, look at that on there. Faster than a Ferrari, more reliable. Computer gaming world. I don't know what they're promoting, but I want that case.
Yeah, I think there's like Falcon PC and like Falcon Northwest for all those people that whose memories go way back. And I think there's Alienware ads in there as well.
Yeah, we never had those in Europe, so at least Falcon. So
they were a boutique. They were a boutique PC maker. They had their own cases and they had really good paint jobs on them.
Back in the day, I never got into 3D Mark. I used to run Aquamark all the time.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Yeah, and I just started reincorporating Aquamark into my testing because for some reason I had forgotten about it, and I kind of wish I was using it earlier because that was very much like a popular benchmark of that era.
And to be fair, all we did was just watch this lobby scene because it was so cool. I mean, really, that's the only purpose here.
The benchmark of cool was Matrix. So, anything that looked like that was...
Oh, yeah.
I did start an Aquamark list in my videos. I got to get back to that, see where I left off. I think the last one I did was last GPU June.
You know, I shot myself in the foot because I got committed to the bit of making my benchmarking bars or spreadsheets or whatever, or graphs from MS Works 95. And it's actually a hassle, but I want to stick to that bit. The graph I used for the video card comparison for the Mac was all made in on my actual Windows 95 computer in Works 95, because I remember getting Works 95 on my computer at the time and having a blast making these pie charts for random numbers that made no purpose. It had no purpose, but it was fun. So, all right, see you later, Vincent, if you're in fact leaving, or if we're prematurely telling you to leave. But yeah, the MS Works came on my AST 100 megahertz computer, MS Works 95, and I used to use that for creating essays in junior high. Welcome back, Solar. And I don't know, I just took such enjoyment out of making those pie charts and those like graphs and everything you could in MS Works. It was so cool. It was completely pointless, but it was cool. So now I'm doing that for my very few benchmarking videos, and I kind of want to stick to that bit, but I actually have to open MS Works on my Windows 95 computer and put in the stuff in a table and then figure out how to make the graph every time, so.
I haven't used like old Office software for so long now.
Mm-hmm. I remember writing a essay for World War II, I think, for junior high as well, on my 95 computer. I printed on a dot matrix printer. No, not that one. I printed something about like the Norse gods. It was about religious class or something. I printed that on my dot matrix printer, and I had to close the door to my room, and the printer shook the whole place as it was printing. And I honest to God, I turned in a like 8-page essay printed on dot matrix paper and a dot matrix printer. It just like, you know, I heard it chugging back and forth. It took like 40 minutes to print that job.
Well, the move would be to, instead of taking the pages apart, like roll it up.
Mm-hmm.
So the teacher would have to open it up like that.
In one chain. And then leave the side so you can peel that off satisfyingly. I remember I actually, the next essay I made, after I just clearly just enjoyed the challenge of making it on a computer, but we bought a hand scanner to connect it to an ISA card on my computer.
Oh man, those are terrible.
Yeah, and the problem was that you were supposed to drag the scanner across the screen, or across whatever you're scanning, but if you sneezed or moved, the image would get all garbled. So it was really bad. Yeah. And I remember, like, you had to be, like, just super steady with the scanner. If you even just sneezed, then, yeah, that was just, it was horrible.
You had to move in a specific rate all the way through.
Yep. But I did that in my textbook, and I scanned pictures from World War II in my textbook, and I put that inside of my MS Works essay, and I printed that out on my color inkjet. And I handed that in, and I was the only person in class that did it on a computer, and it took me 3 times as long to do it on the computer.
Oh, wow.
But I was very happy with that essay, so.
So, bear with me. I need to install a graphics card in my retro PC in order to view the results, because I did not put them in my Excel spreadsheet. So, I'll be right back. You may see my head bobbing up and down while I try to get this video card.
Watch out for demon hands. That's the challenge I find, especially with the streaming. As I really try and not break down the computers I need to use, but it's really hard not to in some scenarios, especially if you have the card you need in there. I really would love to get to the point where I never touch my stream machines. That's not realistic yet, but it is frustrating when you break apart a machine you need, because then it's hard to get the motivation to put it back together. So.
We were talking about this in the chat. Patrick from OCR Computer Builds was mentioning that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have one goal for this year as related to that, and it's to have at least like a 486 machine that is always ready to go.
Yeah.
a 46 machine because I always like benchmarking and testing different video cards. Like I end up reinstalling DOS and Windows 95 and all those things. Like every time I want to mess with that 46.
Yeah. I think it would be really nice to have, and it may not always be realistic. There we go, 10,572 3D Mark. It may not always be realistic to have one general machine per era, and I like doing that for stream purposes. In general, my stable consists of a Pentium 1 66, a Pentium 3 700, and a Pentium 4, or not a Pentium 4, sorry, a Athlon XP 2600 plus. That's kind of my basic setup that I use for streaming, and I have a 4th spot for a guest machine that I can slot in. And I really don't like tearing those apart, but I have right now, and it's killing me. Right now, there's a big hole under here because 2 of those machines are out of commission, and it bothers me. So, yeah, wasn't there? Yeah, you're right. Remastered retro PC game. Wasn't there a thing where a lot of the manufacturers were really trying to skew their 3D Mark scores? They were putting in stuff that would make it more beneficial to their scores. So, oh wow, yeah, CPU bound. I would say at that point,
God,
you're over double
yeah,
performance there with the faster processor. Now,
yeah, that's not
the
realistic.
Pentium 4 2.26 is still somewhat era appropriate. I think that's a 2002 processor, and that would have meant it's definitely old by this video card standard, but it's not unrealistic to run on that. But that's more than double performance there from a faster processor. So the 6800 is confirmed. It scales unlimited with CPU.
Just like a Voodoo 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, one question that, oh, let's see what Patrick says.
All right, thanks for stopping by, Patrick. Have a good one. Everyone has to take off. I get it. It's getting late in most time zones.
All right, Patrick. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later.
But I think this machine could definitely, this card would, as we can tell, be handling this a lot better with a faster processor. Now, the only way to isolate that, of course, would be to run the exact same test on the same machine, but that's not. Yep. I don't have a 6800, so.
Well, if Nathan gets his spreadsheet, he's going to have that.
That's right. Give us an idea. But I don't think there's any doubt that this processor is holding back the potential of this card, at least somewhat. Now, this card, of course, has its own shortcomings, but it could definitely be boosted with a faster processor.
Do you know what bus, what external bus that CPU is running? People are commenting that.
I could have sworn it was. Well, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. I know the memory is running at 266, but the bus is probably not fast, so. I should have looked at the processor when I took it out, because I kept swapping them, trying to get the faster processor to run, but I know for a fact with the latest firmware, the latest BIOS this motherboard supports, the highest it will go is 2.8. So,
all right, so it probably doesn't support the 800 megahertz bus, right? So probably it's like 533.
That's what I'm guessing, yeah. So this is definitely not the fastest machine for this card.
But I mean, if it's what you have, that is one of the things of this hobby. You got to use what you have.
Yeah, and I keep saying that too. I've gotten really fascinated with that lately too, and I feel like we all are almost. Just what did you actually have? And it's super fun. Can be super fun to like overpowered. It's not hard to like. I'm gonna build a machine. If you make a machine that's like of 2005 vintage to play 1999 and 2000 games, it will fly, of course. That's easy enough to do. I mean, a Core 2 Duo machine that supports XP will destroy, your XP machines, or XP era games, or even late '98 stuff or whatever. And it's fun to do that sometimes. I remember firing up like I don't know, it's just some random HP pre-built, and I played like Unreal 2 on it, and it ran a 1600 by 1200, like 100 FPS, like nothing, you know? And that's fun sometimes, but I also enjoy getting that period correct thing going, so.
It's kind of fun to see hardware working harder.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Like you're kind of like, you're getting like the most out of it. Like when it's almost not necessarily struggling, but just kind of like on the, on the edge of being like maxing out the hardware.
You know, be careful what you're saying there about looking at stressing hardware and like, yeah, crunch those numbers.
So I finally got the score up. So on a faster CPU, this card is capable of over 21,000 3D marks in 2001.
Do you remember what CPU that was? Because I think Jan was mentioning he got like 26,000, right, on his
on his unbottlenecked 6800.
Yeah.
This is on my Phenom 2 system. So it's a Phenom 2X4 955 at 4 gigahertz or 4.1. So
twice as fast as this processor at least. Yeah. It is over 9,000. Welcome back, Revenant.
But this test here, the 3D Mark 2001, like I said, it's very much, it's almost more a CPU test than a graphics card test at a certain point.
Yep, for sure. But a fun test nonetheless.
Later 3D Marks had separate scores for GPU and CPU, so that would make more sense.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, this was just something I hadn't installed, but as
yeah, but even so, it bottlenecked the GPU scores. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is still like, again, a somewhat realistic setup that it would have been like we don't upgrade CPUs that often either now, and in this case, this is not an unrealistic score, but it's clearly like anything faster on the CPU department here, especially because this CPU is like a 2002 vintage probably, and the game or the GPU, sorry, is probably more like a 2005, isn't it? Or even newer? Like, what year did the 6800?
It came out originally in 2004, but this was a late release one, so probably about 2005 for this one. But I mean, yeah. So, 3D Mark 2003. Are you ready for this? So, this is 3D Mark 2003 is more of a GPU bench. This card, the one you're using, got 6,305 points. A unhindered 6800, like a regular one, got 10,557. So that's the level of bottlenecking that the 128-bit memory bus is doing to this card.
That's a lot.
That's substantial. And again, the layman may not know that because they look at the box, says 6800 on it, and it's cheaper, and why not buy it? I guarantee you the box did not prominently display that 128. You know, maybe they could have called it the limited edition and actually be not completely untrue.
Yeah,
shockingly faster with the regular 6800.
Yeah, so those 12 pipes need some bandwidth.
And I think one thing we tried last time, we tried now too, real quick, is Quake 4, because that is definitely beyond the reach of this setup. And Quake 4 is what, like 2004, 2005? Was it?
Yeah, I think that was 2005, yeah.
Yeah, so it is right in the, I mean, kind of range of this video card. It would not be unrealistic that you would have played Quake 4 on this video card.
Yeah, Quake 4 is October of 2005, but it did use the Doom 3 engine that was a bit earlier, right?
Yeah, it's just not.
It definitely it pushed the
2004.
It pushed the engine a little harder. Just like it has a little higher quality textures and stuff. It's not a drastic difference, but
super
made
slow,
made by Ravensoft, if I'm not mistaken.
Not really.
Which
Ravensoft now just cranks out Call of Duty releases, which is really, really sad considering it was Raven there. considering Raven being... yeah, sorry, I got the ping noise, because the problem is I'm casting all my audio and everything, so... It's a thing. I'm trying to figure out all the audio.
So, Ravensoft was the developer behind Heretic, which is, again, we were talking about a medieval. And Hexen Beyond Heretic.
Yep.
And Hexen 2. So.
Yep. And then also a lot of the Star Wars games that we love from that era, right? They made Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, I think, too, and a great developer that really pushed some of those boundaries and like made really solid games. But I believe they're now relegated to yearly releases of Call of Duty. So there's that part. I think that part of the Ravensoft QA just unionized too. So yeah. And I'd like to stream this game at some point, but as a note here, we're running this at, we'll switch to the big camera here now, but we are running at 640 by 480 with medium quality, and it's still
it should run that setting.
Yeah, I think we did run, and it runs, but yeah. What I noticed is the loading times are brutal in this game, at least on this machine, so.
640 by 480 is almost like a retro resolution for this time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
big time.
Definitely. I
mean, you would have been
that's VGA.
You would at least have been on 1024, I would think, in most cases at this era. So.
Yeah, you would run original Voodoo 1 games at this resolution.
Yep.
Yep. And they look about the same too on this card.
Yeah. Terrific. Somewhere an engineer who made this car is shedding a single tear.
Do you guys remember how long it would used to take for the original Far Cry to load?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So let me on this, layman. What's the game doing at this point? Is it compiling shaders, or what's it actually doing?
Probably decompressing textures.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, that Far Cry was one of those games that was really dependent on hard drive speed. So it was actually one of the most fun things is whenever a friend or whatever would set up like a raid array or something, we would load up Far Cry just to see how much faster it loaded, because it was actually more dependent on your hard drive speed than anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
But nowadays, you know, you load up a retro machine or you got an SSD in there, like those Far Cry maps load up like that.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yep. You know, speaking about raid, like raid setups back then were really, really sketchy. I remember setting up some computers with hard drives in raids, or like different companies to have their backups secured, and they would like unsync regularly, like a couple of times a year.
Yeah, consumer. Yeah, raids and stuff. It is brown. It is amazingly brown. We're in the deep shooter era now, but
we're in the deep shit.
Because it's brown. And this is not I would not consider this an enjoyable experience playing this game this way, but it is playable, I guess.
Running. I don't know if this is maybe a CPU intensive game or not, but
I would imagine so. But I mean, this machine, in theory, should be able to handle Doom 3 pretty well, right?
To be fair, this game is in another level comparing to Painkiller there with the textures and colors.
Oh, easily.
Oh yeah, this will be like stretching this rig in general, regardless of the video card, right? So
they were stepping out of the.
It was pretty smooth when you were looking in that corner with nothing in it.
Yeah, it's great. There's dark edge here. Oh, this is amazing.
Era.
Take that screenshot, put it in the magazine right now.
Just look, we have brown, orange, yellow. We have all these different colors.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Look at this. What the heck with the military bases? Why is that such a thing for game developers? Like, all right, we need a game. Space shooter. Okay. Or it should be set. Space base. Military installation. Okay. All right. Well, can we try something new? Nope. Ship it. You know, it's like there are so many space military installations, it's getting pretty boring. And even me enjoying Mass Effect a lot, that's still a space shooter. So I need to actually stream this game for real, I think, on the appropriate machine at some point.
Yeah, it's one I never played. Maybe the demo, but I was kind of turned off by the idea of a squad-based shooter because I'm more of like I like more of the lone wolf games. So
Same here, Pixel. But this game you can play alone. Like it doesn't really.
oh, so you're not
for
having
that
to like
watching
issue
it.
commands and stuff.
No, not at all.
Can you
Here's
use a
some-
flashlight
some-
while you
some of
shoot?
Some of the in-game
You can.
events involve like a squad, but not like really gameplay.
I wonder why you can turn on the flashlight while you shoot. I wonder if they took...
It's a more advanced version of the Doom 3 engine.
Yeah, if they can actually do that now.
Oh, but you still have the jump scares.
Oh, no.
Bursting through the pipes.
They do.
What, I'm trying to think, like, what else did the Doom 3 engine, did they use that for anything else besides Doom 3 and Quake 4?
So Quake Wars Enemy Territory
Oh, yeah.
used it.
But is that it? Like, I recognize, like, you can tell a lot of engines. Like, you can see the influence or whatever engines being used, especially, like, the Unreal ones of that era. But I don't... Like, it feels like a pretty detailed engine compared to, like... Because, I mean, Unreal 3 was in, like, everything at this time, right? Especially 2005 and on. Gears of War and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, Solar Strike pointed out Prey.
Oh, okay.
As well, the 2006 Prey used. This is Wolfenstein 09, which is not one that's familiar. I think that might have been.
This is a launch title for 360? I mean, I remember being on 360, but boy, this was probably not a smooth experience on 360, especially early on. I need the compass from Painkiller now.
Prey, the 2006 game is underrated. Like, that was a really good game. I actually only just played through it, like, last year or the year before, just recently. You know, it has a lot of, like, kind of disorienting puzzles, so it's not for the people that are sensitive to motion sickness. Like, I think if I weren't the one playing and I were watching someone else playing, it would probably wreak havoc on my stomach. But because it does a lot of like subversive, like you go through a portal and then you're upside down and then you're small and then you're big and you know, stuff like that. So but it's really, really solid.
Yeah, I should really stream that sometime too. It's funny because I remember the hype train for Prey being with all the portals and everything for so long, and then didn't that get like basically restarted development? Or am I thinking of that wrong? I could have sworn the original Prey got morphed into the existing 2006 one that we now have. So
yeah, it was originally teased in some magazine based on a much earlier id Tech engine. Maybe Quake 2, I'm not sure. But still using the same kind of portal technology, so it was still, you know, you could still enter a, like, for example, like you have like a random box sitting on the ground, and you look inside, and it's a different environment inside, and you step through it, and you're in that environment. And it had that same concept going, like, even early on. But
that was a big deal too. I mean, it was like nothing else had done the portal thing that well. So
yeah, very much, you know, a new concept at that time before, obviously, Portal came out and kind of blew that wide open.
we are definitely down in the 20s or lower, I think, when we get into firefight. It is that. Oh, look, it's an escort mission. Thank you, Quake. Can I have please another escort mission? How come? I always be curious, like, the Quake 1, like, I think we mentioned several times, but also if they remade it in the same way that Doom was remade, right? A brand new game with full design. How come we had this mystical Cthulhu element, and then you went into just pure Space Marine shooter? And that's where Quake died. Like, it...
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. I think when Quake 2 came out, that's when John Romero left
Yeah.
id Software, and they kind of went in a different direction. And don't get me wrong, like, Quake 2 is a good game, but, you know,
It lacks the soul.
Yeah, and, you know, the style of the original Quake is very different. I love kind of the gothic elements of that game that just kind of been lost to time. Actually, there's some areas of Doom Eternal that kind of have that feel
Yeah.
a little bit.
I haven't played that yet. I sad to say I really should play it, but it would be
But
awesome
it's only in like small
Mm.
doses, so
it'd be awesome if
It
they
seems like
restarted that.
Quake 2 became basically a tech demo. Like it went,
Yeah.
like you guys said, it lost a bit of the soul. And if you look at Quake 3 is a tech demo.
Mhm.
yeah, very much so. I mean, Quake 3 didn't even have a single player campaign, and then
Yeah.
Exactly.
in the modern sense, you would almost consider it half a game, right?
Mhm.
Um, which there's no, like, I don't want to sound like I'm dissing Quake 3 because I mean, obviously that game is iconic and I played many hours of it, but it is a totally different animal from either of the previous games. Um, and you know, even like the tech behind it isn't necessarily that groundbreaking. I mean, Quake 2 had light maps in it, so
Mhm.
Quake 3 just kind of advanced that. And even John McCormack is on record as saying like people make way too much of a deal out of the tech behind Quake 3 because he doesn't even consider, even though he made that engine, he doesn't consider it that groundbreaking.
God,
Yeah.
that man is just ridiculous on engine programming. I know that
He
the
is.
Civ 11 videos always call that out, like, John Carmack, the glue that holds the world together, whatever. He just puts like these ridiculous claims on him, but it's like, what a ridiculous engine developer. I mean, he just like,
He was really good. I mean, he was a pioneer in so many ways, and you know, I don't want to say he's the greatest programmer that ever lived or anything like crazy hyperbole like that.
no, he just was. I mean, it's hard to deny the pushing forward of like engine development that he did. If you look at like, Doom and Quake and all that stuff, and it's like just the amount
Yeah.
of like leaps that he was there for and made,
Yeah.
He pushed that envelope, and then he also, you know, the company id Software made that technology available to other developers, which in turn spread that technology out and made it even more available to people. So it very much pushed the industry forward in
Yeah,
that regard.
for sure.
I don't
And
think that it's stretching it by saying that he is the greatest single game programmer ever.
Yeah, you think about like the stuff that he brought, like the
he's
projection engine
Yeah.
from Doom, and I have a game in big box, a Shadowcaster, which is the first prototype for that. But like every time
Yeah.
someone said like, "Well, we can't do this," and Carmack's like, "Yeah, I can," and then does it, and it's like, that's pretty
yeah,
ridiculous.
he was great. Now I want to say, if you want one example of why he may not be the best programmer, just to kind of make him more human here for a second. He personally programmed Doom on the 32X, and we have seen how much can be improved with that with the
Yeah.
recent like mod that was made. So, I mean, and that might have been like 10% of his effort, like he was just kind of doing that on the side or whatever, but he did make, have personal involvement in that port originally. So,
Video
you
games
know,
were really not his specialty, though, was it?
No, I think the mathematical challenge of creating the engine, that's where I think that I know we're generalizing here now, but just like the magic soup that was in software there for a while got lost when they started splitting up and Romero left and everything. And there's been many documentaries and books about it even that go into more detail, but there was that perfect spark for a while, and that got lost because you
Yep.
could see that in Quake 2, which is an impressive engine, but it is about as exciting as plain noodles. I mean, it's just like it's a space shooter with there's an engine with a somewhat of a game attached to it, you know.
And it's a very ordinary game. I
Yeah.
mean, it's good. It's well balanced. Like the
Hmm.
level design is good. Like it's an enjoyable game.
Hmm.
But I mean, everything from the art design to even the music is just not. I mean, they had freaking Nine Inch Nails do the soundtrack to the original Quake. So I
Yeah.
mean, compared to that, like, and then you go into Quake 2 and it's just like,
Yeah.
you know, it's just like really generic sounding rock and roll like
Mhm.
soundtrack. It's just a lot of the elements just don't really compare,
No, and I
unfortunately.
think that's what's so important
Yeah.
today for a game to really click. It needs to have that soul to it too, the passion behind the game development and everything has to click together. What I'm a little afraid of is that the current like direction that companies tend to go is just standardizing. Like CD Projekt Red abandoning their Red engine for Unreal 5, which I mean on some levels is good because they can standardize it and probably make a smoother development experience. But the Red engine is really good. Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. I mean, it's very unique and it's very good. And I feel like all of them are going to look like, hey, that's an Unreal game. You know, that's an Unreal game. And at the end of the day, that's what all it's heading to.
It's hard to blame them because Unreal Engine 5 is truly revolutionary.
Hmm.
Just in terms of, and I don't know all the marketing terms,
Hmm.
but just the micro geometry detail that that engine is capable of
Hmm.
is orders of magnitude beyond anything that any engine before has done. So
Yeah.
it's hard to knock that decision because
Yeah, I just am
Unreal
afraid
Engine
that
5 is the real deal.
like you remember like in the same era that we played now in the 2005 to 2010 like how every game looked like Gears of War because they were all using Unreal Engine 3, right? That's what I'm more afraid of is that everything will have that flavor or stamp of the same engine. And I understand most developers should not make their own engine. I think that's probably a fair statement because that's way too much work. But you also lose some of that individual feel to each game. They're all going to be standardized. They're all going to be the same. Again, Unreal Engine 3, look at that era. Everything had that chunky model. Like they all look like Gears
Yeah.
of War models. And it's like, it's typical for the era, but it made it a little sad too because they all look the same. So,
Yeah.
I mean, on a certain point, you get to such a high fidelity level that,
mhm.
you know, you're not so much looking the same as every other game. Unreal Engine 4 did kind of have like you could kind of tell when a game was Unreal Engine 4 just kind of based on the lighting. Like it
Mhm.
was very heavy on like kind of the light the specular highlights and the kind of the bloom of the way the light kind of sheened off of objects and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It used a kind of material based shading system which a lot of games just piggybacked off of, and so you ended up with you know, every metal object looks the same from game
Mhm.
to game if it used the Unreal Engine 4. And um, so to some extent that might be true, but I think when you get to a certain point, and this is just me being optimistic, the engine becomes so powerful that really
Mhm.
any look is possible, right?
Oh, I
So
mean, Unreal Engine 1 did that because remember, this is not a screenshot or this is not a, like the whole thing with Unreal and the Scarge. Like, yeah,
right, no, and to be fair, we have never advanced any further than that.
no.
That is the pinnacle of graphics, but
I feel like sometimes I get flabbergasted, especially playing modern games like, you know, you play Cyberpunk or whatever modern game, which that game is starting to get old already, but it's ridiculous the modern graphics we have on tap now. It's absolutely ridiculous the amount of fidelity and like effects and things like that that are just assumed if you make a game now, a AAA game, it has to have. It's just absolutely redonkulous.
And just to get completely away from the retro topic, one of the things that most excites me about the coming generation of GPUs is the multi-chip module approach. This is essentially Voodoo 5 technology in modern times, where you have a chip package that has basically like a Ryzen setup with chiplets on it, but for the GPU world. And the idea is that it's completely transparent to software. So it's not like Crossfire or SLI before that was dependent on drivers and had buggy support. The OS almost doesn't even know that there's anything different about your graphics chip, but it's using multiple modules. And this kind of is a revolutionary and kind of a holy grail concept of GPUs that we've been dreaming about. I have a Photoshop image that I saved back in like 2004. Somebody had made when NVIDIA's SLI technology was first announced, and people were already imagining a multi-chip module type thing. Oh, what if we could do multiple chips on one package? People were already thinking of that back then, and now this is finally we've gotten to the point where that's happening. The Apple M1 Max is actually already utilizing this technology. So there's actually multiple GPU modules that are working together in sync, completely obscured from software. So games and stuff aren't even aware that it's multiple chips, and it just works. And so this is extremely promising. Like, this is the future here. Supposedly, rumors have it that the Radeon, upcoming 7000 series is going to utilize this. So we'll see. But this gets away from having to make like one chip and keep making a bigger and bigger chip to improve performance like we've done in the past. Now you can take multiple smaller chips. It's great for yields because, you're not having to make one chip, but it's great for performance scaling as well. We're gonna, as much performance as we have now, we're kind of unlocking like orders of magnitude more performance in the future using this technology.
Voodoo 7 confirmed. That's what you're saying. Yeah, it feels like that same quantum leap in the sense that, like, how upscaling has become such a big deal now, because it is like we hit the brick wall for what's possible with the current technology. Well, again, you look at multi-core CPUs. In the beginning, they were slow because they just didn't have as much speed on individual cores. But then as applications took advantage of them, now we have 16, 24, I don't know, unlimited cores on our CPUs. When you open Task Manager, it won't fit on one screen. That's kind of the norm now, and I'm sure we'll see the same thing with GPUs. So,
exactly.
Sorry. You don't know what the mystery card is? Well, we'll bring it up. Why don't we? We'll do this. We'll bring up the card here again on the stream, and we can finish talking about the 6800. We're getting pretty late here. We're almost a 4-hour streaming now, and I'm sure Bruno is barely staying awake. But why don't we tie this?
Luckily, I'm on a holiday here.
Yeah, there you go. I got to work in. I'm getting up in about 6 hours to go to work. So.
Oh my gosh.
So the card was streamed on tonight. You want to give us the cliff notes again there, Pixel?
All right, once again, this is a GeForce 6800. Not as you might remember it, because this is a late release version that Asus put out with a crippled memory interface. So a standard 6800 would have a 256-bit memory interface. This has 128-bit. And if that weren't bad enough, they decided to also downclock the memory from 700 megahertz to 540 megahertz. And but it has a whopping 512 megabytes of memory, which makes everything better.
As the better number.
Don't forget about the couple of bulging caps.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, you just have one little bulging cap there. I just haven't gotten around to. It's nothing to worry about. Don't think about it. Don't focus on it.
Yeah, 512 is always better because it's a bigger number.
Is it any better than the 6600 GT? I think Nathan has already commented that probably not.
It is slower than the 6600 GT.
Mhm.
Yep.
What's the closest? What would you say the closest quote unquote regular card this is to? Like, what's the standard main series card that this is the closest to? Can you think of that?
Maybe a
Well,
6600
if
GS.
we factor in the fact that it got 6,000 something points in 3D Mark 03, let's see, a similar card. Let's see if I can find one here.
Impact 2. Sorry, no.
5900 Ultra.
Oh,
Let's see here.
I find it an interesting thing when you look at retro cards and you look at the Ultra generation and whatever the top of the line is, and you go like 1 or 2 generations newer, and it's like the budget card and it blows it out of the water. I know that always happens, but it's the whole thing of like the most desirable, best card in the series is expensive, hard to find and desirable. But then you get like an MX card that's 2 generations newer, and it's cost like $10, and it's completely destroys the old Ultra card. So.
At this time, like, we had performance leaps that were just so ridiculous, like mainstream or even budget cards, or, well, especially compared to the FX series, right? Because that was somewhat of a low bar to hurdle for Nvidia.
Yeah.
So
at least they gave us a nice moniker to put on it, so we know which ones to avoid, right? So you put FX on there, it's a bad card.
right. I mean, it's almost a running gag, like any like PC part with FX in the name is the one to avoid.
Forget about it.
if you're factoring the price, probably the FX 5800 Ultra was like 3 times as expensive as this, though, wasn't it?
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, like, the flagship FX cards would have been something like $400, $450, something like that. So, I mean, this card would have been
100
like $150 to $200 or so.
It seems like a bargain these days, even with inflation accounted for that for 2005. Oh,
yeah, like we're talking about a 3060 Ti being a mainstream card, and it costs like $400 to start with.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
that's the thing too.
The
And
problem with this is that probably a regular 6800 would be probably only like $50 more expensive, right? Because you couldn't like take much from it if you're calling it a 6800.
Oh yeah, it's just crazy the comparisons, because right now, like, we're so jaded with video card prices now that like anything under like 1,000, it seems like almost like a bargain, you know. And you look at the 3090s and they're like, oh, there's like just 1.5 kidney and whatever firstborn children you have, and things like that, just to get the card. And you look at
yeah, like they had the Titan line, which was like this boutique, like ultra high end line of cards, which were that was reserved for the $1,000 plus range, and then that just became the norm. They did away with the Titan moniker, but then they just kept the
price
regular high end cards and put it in that same price bracket. So
yeah, and it's just the acceptance of the video card buying market on the price they will take. And I mean, there's some parallels there with the smartphone business, right, too. As soon as Apple broached the like $1,000 mark, Samsung's like, hey, we went in on that. And then like every phone now is like, I replaced my phone recently, but I waited for a deal, and it was a pretty aggressive deal too, which leads me to believe like this is not, their profit margin was just high enough they could cut into it that much. I understand making GPUs is not a cheap business, but come on. Is it really that expensive per unit? Like, how much is their profits? Because Nvidia's not doing too bad for themselves, so.
No, and like the 3000 series was released in the midst of a cryptocurrency boom.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like the 3000 series and AMD's 6000 series, they kind of adjusted the MSRPs. I mean, even though the MSRP was considered unrealistic, it was still higher than previous generations for like the comparable product point. So like something aimed at budget or aimed at mainstream,
Hmm.
everything moved up in price, basically to address the new world we lived in, which was
Yeah.
the crypto world. So unfortunately, you know, that had a hyperinflation effect. Like we're dealing with inflation now, but that goes beyond that even.
Hmm.
So
You have a 3090 Dermot there, 150-watt idle, 700-watt under load. Like, you know, in the National Lampoon's Dad Christmas, when he turns on all the Christmas lights and they have to turn on the emergency reactor. This feels like we're heading to that direction here. It's just
yeah, you're talking about like they keep making a new power connector to power these new flagships. You know,
because
it's
the
like
current cable would literally
yeah,
melt under the load.
they literally just made the 12-pin connector for the 30 series, and like the very next generation is going to have a 12 plus 4 connector.
Good grief.
It's
I mean,
like,
Jesus.
and it's like 600 watts rated. It's ludicrous.
I understand that it's what it is, but it just like feel, especially now, as we talk about these modern cards now, when you look back at then this card, and like we're talking about the 6800s and that general era, and we're like, oh, it's like $200-300 cards, and like that feels like a steal today to get really this performance relative for that money, even with inflation. Because now video cards are just stupid expensive. I mean, it's just the way it is now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems like we're going through just a weird period.
Hmm.
And I don't know. Hopefully things will get back to somewhat to what it was before.
Yeah. I do
Yeah.
think it is a little bit of a transitional period. I mean, we're seeing like, not to talk too much about cryptocurrency, but like
Hmm.
supposedly, the fabled transition to proof of work or whatever it's called, it's going to cause, GPU farms to go away.
Hmm.
We'll see. But it could, I'm hoping it's just a phase right now that we're going through.
Hmm.
Um, but the reality is prices will never go back to where they were. Like you're never
No.
going to get, like I bought my RX 480 for a little over $200, and that was a really good performer for that money. And that was only in 2016, which doesn't seem that long ago.
That'll never happen again.
Yeah, it won't,
Mm-mm.
unfortunately. So
No.
we
Once, I
just
mean, no company's going to look at it and say, like, hey, we're now charging $700 for this card. It used to be $300. Let's bring it down again now that no, they're going to keep that profit margin. They always will.
oh, of course.
Um,
So the only thing that drives that down is competition. So let's
Mhm.
hope that we get a lot of good competition that drives down the price to performance ratio some more. But
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they will need to get those video cards out though, because if they're not necessary for crypto is what really drives that price.
Hmm.
If they're not selling like thousands and thousands of video cards for crypto mining anymore, I don't know. Maybe we'll see
yeah,
something.
demand does go down from that,
Yeah,
right? So
for
Mhm.
sure. I mean, you can look
Probably
today,
like
like,
80% of the demand or something absurd
mhm.
like that.
yeah, I'll say Intel's Arc there that Ted brought up too. If nothing else, another competitor is great. Another
Yep,
competitor that has a lot of resources that's not going to go away. Intel has interest in making this, right? So, um, maybe the return of
exactly.
the 740 is coming here now. So, but it's collapsing in the sense of the fact that I could today walk into a big box store here in America and go buy a MSRP card. I mean, that's like a year ago that felt ludicrous. So the
Yep.
fact that we finally got to this point now, um,
We'll see how long it lasts this time around, but
yeah,
it is nice to see, especially supposedly on the cusp of a next generation video card launch.
hmm,
It's good that it's happening now, so that
yep,
people have a chance to buy RTX 4000 series or
hmm,
Radeon 7000 series cards when those release.
Meanwhile, we're scouring eBay for retro hardware that sells out in an instant because
Yeah.
you're now willing to spend $1,000 on a retro card. So
Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a crypto mining
Yeah.
bubble bursting for retro. They're just going to be expensive and more expensive.
yeah, I say like, what's we? I know we keep dragging on and keep asking questions now because it's a fascinating conversation, but what is your pain threshold for paying for a single piece of retro tech? I'll go to Pixel first. Like, what would you consider like I can't justify that cost? Like, what's Holy Grail or not?
I would say I have.
You have to find that limit.
I'm fortunate that I have not had to spend more than $110
Okay.
on a retro piece of hardware, and that's
Quiet revenue.
for some reason that's been like a magic number. Like multiple things now have been at that level, but never exceeding it. So $110, but a lot of people, routinely spend more than that. But it really would depend. Like I have some things that I would probably spend more than what is reasonable to get if they ever were to pop up, but it kind of just depends on if that were to happen. How would I feel? How would I react? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But at this moment, it's hard to imagine spending much more than that.
Yeah, it's a good answer, but you at least have been any video card, especially the rare ones you can get for that price. A retro one is probably at this point really a good deal, almost like any of the rare cards for $100 ish. It's a good deal now. So, Bruno, do you have a specific like pain point in mind?
I can say the most I went to, and you have to keep in mind that I'm in Brazil in South America, and everything
Yeah.
here is more inflated. But the farthest I went was paying $150 for a Roland Sound Canvas ST55. That's the farthest I went.
That's a good price, though. Honestly, at this point, I feel for an SC55 at this point. I think that's a more than fair enough price.
Yep.
This are just going to go up in price.
How about you, Rick?
Well, that would probably be a $700 compact Procera CDS 524. Not to be very specific. Thank you very much, Revenant. So I don't know. I think I'm around the $100 mark ish as well. I think that's kind of like it's hard to like. I feel fortunate enough that I'm confident enough of my financial stability that I can drop on something that shows up very quickly. Like, the feeling when that one piece of technology comes around on eBay or whatever marketplace, and you just got to go for it. I think all of us keep erasing that limit all the time because you keep justifying it to yourself. But then eventually you hit the point where like, you take a pause because like this is like a vacation for the family, or this is like, a new thing for the family, or whatever it might be.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna, especially if it's just a hobby, you're not gonna make that money back unless you were to sell it. But I mean, like, you're not using it to make money, right? Like, I can make a video with a piece of hardware, and I'm not guaranteed to make back what I spent. In fact, almost all of my videos, I'm losing money. So,
Yeah, but it's a nice offset, though, right? It's the idea is that it can help offset the retro purchase because, again, you go spend money on, say, 6800, 128 megabit, and you're not going to get that money back, but it can help offset the cost a little bit as far as the revenue goes on that. And
well, to date, this stream is the only video made with this card. I don't believe I'll be getting any of the ad revenue from it, though.
I can offer you a Open S3 Trio 3D2X AGP card, perhaps.
Oh boy,
yeah,
that's like negative value at that point.
I know. But yeah, it's painful. At least as far as a hard number, I think I'm in the $100, $200 range. I think is probably where I'm willing to drop at a tip of a hat as far as like this is the thing I really wanted. The problem is when you do that, what happens the next time within 2 days when that thing comes up that you really wanted, because that always freaking happens. You buy the thing you almost really want, and then a day after the thing you do really want shows up. It always happens, and then I can't justify spending additional money, and I lose out. So
that's tough. You know, that requires real discipline, and you know, I guess it depends on how good the deal is on that first item.
yeah. And
Because I mean, if it's something you literally can't afford to pass up, then you can't even really beat yourself up about it, because it's
No.
like, well, it was too good to pass on.
No, exactly, like the Voodoo 5 box for $100. Like it's still salty for $100, just part with that straight up, but at the same time, you know what the Voodoo 5s are just going to increase in price constantly, and finding one.
Yeah, but it has the box.
Yeah.
I mean,
that alone.
That is 6 sides of cardboard there that you didn't have before. So,
and a stream background, I mean, that's worth half the cost right there. So but it is just
Dermot mentioned something that makes me think that we're neglecting something. He said that he spent like I guess silly amounts of money on games
Yeah.
like the retro thing. So we're kind of neglecting how much money we have spent to actually edit these videos.
Hush
Like
now.
on hardware, camera,
It's like the slush fund.
lights,
Yeah.
RAM, hard drive space. I don't know.
Yep. That's
listen, a Ryzen system is good for web browsing as well.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe playing like, you know, DOSBox games on it or something, I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, it is a money hole when it comes to that thing. I think it's just part of the hobby, right? But, you know, camera gear and recording gear is stupid expensive.
Yeah, no. I could never see myself spending like $800, $1,000 on a camera, which is really what you have to spend for a good quality camera.
Not even that. It's like I stretch my budget to get my camera was like $700, but I sold other stuff to compensate for it. But that's not even remotely the camera I would love to have. But I can't spend $2,000 on a camera. It's just
No, and you got to buy the lenses, and you got to buy a high quality tripod, and then you got to buy a motorized slider.
Yeah.
And where does it end? You know, so like, I mean, the phones have gotten so good that at this point, like, you have to spend so much to have a serious like jump up in quality from like what a phone can offer.
Yeah. All right, I realize we will just keep talking forever because now we're just hanging out. I know, Bruno, it is very late in Brazil land. I think I'm
2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and like, because don't get me wrong, I could keep going for hours. I probably could, even though my work time gets closer. But I really appreciate you guys hanging out tonight and talking retro video cards. And thank you, I guess, for sending me this video card.
You're welcome, Rick.
Yeah, thanks so much. And everyone for joining. Revenant, thanks for donating and trying to prod me into making a very, very bad purchase decision on that computer.
Yeah, thank you everyone for participating in the chat and being so active and enthusiastic. We really do appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So keep an eye on that GPU June playlist. There's a lot of really cool videos coming out. Maybe I even get to add to it myself before the month is over. We'll see what happens.
Me too. You know, especially since I started it. So
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have an obligation, but a bit less than Nathan.
Yeah. See.
Yeah. If I didn't make a video, that would look real bad.
Yeah. I can send you a trio to. Sorry, no.
No, I'm just here to watch other people make videos. I'm just, you know, the overseer. That's all.
There you go. Perfect. You're delegating.
Right.
So anyway, real appreciate it, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Too much beer and too late. And the problem is my English starts slipping when I do that, and I slip into Swedish. Right. So anyway, good stream, super fun. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and
thanks for having us, Rick.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun. I get people to cover for me when I fall into fire pits or lava. So, all right, thanks so much, everyone, and I'll see you again next week at the regular time.
You guys.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.